Chapter 272, Avery Happy New Year, a mysteriously strong and foolish boss _2. And Young first hired the strong workers in their village for jobs, and then bought aloe vera from the villagers, helping everyone to earn a little extra. This enabled everyone to have a prosperous new year. Otherwise, this winter would have been another tough year. Yang is considered the lucky charm of Jinghua village, and this statement is not an exaggeration. 2 gene of braised pork head meat satisfied everyone's appetite. Today is New Year's Eve. At around 7 in the early morning, Yang was woken up by the crackling sound of firecrackers. Upon waking up, Yang didn't immediately get out of bed, but lays around for a while until a little past 8 when she finally got dressed. After freshening up and having her meal, Yang went out to clear the accumulated snow in the yard. As soon as she had finished sweeping the snow, she saw Gooden leading a group of kids their way. Everyone carried something in their hands. Sister Yang, any flour, my mom asked me to bring you these steamed buns, some fried cake, and eggs. Steamed buns are also known as momo. The fried cake is made from grinding yellow rice in a flour, wrapping red bean stuffing inside, and frying until crispy. It is soft inside and ooze filling when bitten, offering a delightful taste. It's a custom in Beijing to eat steamed buns and fried cakes for the new year. Steamed buns are made into various pleasing shapes to offer to relatives and friends when visiting their homes during this season. Under normal circumstances, they would not readily give away significant items like momo and fried cakes. However, they chose to give them to Yang, as everyone regards Yang as a small lucky star in the village. Yang didn't decline everyone's goodwill and accepted the gifts with a smile. She then reciprocated by placing some slices of bread, fruit candies, and other return gifts in the children's baskets. The children all said thank you very politely. Putting up couplets and cutting paper decorations during the new year is an indispensable part of the celebration. Tsuhua brought red paper and scissors, busying herself with cutting paper decorations. Yang's eyes were filled with smiles. How many years has it been since she had last experienced such a scene? In her previous life, she became the head of Ning Corporation and lived a lonely life. The festivals were the loneliest moments for her, where she could only view others celebrating their family reunions from a distance. Such warm moments like now were not something she dared yearn for. The present moment is so wonderful, and Yang gazed at everything, her eyes slightly red, but the corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile, showing a pair of shallow dimples. Mom, let me help you. Yang picked up the scissors and red paper. In no time, a vivid animal figure materialized in her hands. Yang, Xiaoma is here. Chenghui's voice rang from outside the door. Yang lifted her head to see Mo Qishan carrying several big and small packages. Mo Qishan politely greeted Tsuehua. Auntie, today is New Year's Day. These gifts are from my mother for you, wishing you safety, happiness, and abundance in the new year. Tsuehua put down her scissors and stood up. Xiaoma, you and your mother are being too polite. How can we accept such extravagant gifts? Yang, quickly make some tea for Xiaoma. Yang stood up to prepare the tea. Mo Qishan said with a smile. Yang is a big benefactor to our family. My mother and our family are all very grateful to her. These gifts are nothing compared to that. Annie, don't be so polite. Tsuehua replied. Xiaoma, make yourself comfortable at our place, just like it is your own home. Mo Qishan is a likable and well-mannered young man, and Tsuehua really liked this potential son-in-law to the point where she already considered him part of the family. Yang was beautiful, and Mo Qishan was likewise very handsome. They seemed to be a more perfect match the more she observed them. Brother Mo, have some tea. Yang brought over a cup of clear tea. Mo Qishan stood up and received with both hands. Thank you, Yang. Yang said with a smile. Why are you being so formal with me, Brother Mo? Just then, the crying of little Yin came from inside the house. Tsuehua, stood up. They'll go check on Yin. Yang, you stay here and chat with Xiaoma. In an instant, Only Immerse and Yang remained in the room. Immerse said, Yang, I saw you were cutting paper decorations earlier. Can I help you? Sure. Yang nodded. Immerse moved a small stool next to Yang, trying to calm the excitement in his heart. While pretending to be helping, he was stealing glances at Yang's profile. His wife's face was beautiful enough. Even her hands were lovely. Long, slender fingers, pale and delicate, moving through the red paper, they looked as exquisite as a plum blossom trodden in the snow. Chapter 273. A Very Happy New Year. A Mysteriously Powerful and Foolish Boss _3. In no time, Yin cut out a pair of beautiful paper cuttings for window decoration, more exquisite than those purchased on the street. Immerse exclaimed in surprise. Yang, you're really amazing. Want to learn? I can teach you. Yin looked up at him. Okay. Immerse nodded, his obedience akin to a big, dumbfounded dog, a far cry from his usual demeanor. Yin handed him a pair of scissors. First, fold the red paper like I did, and then cut it like this. Her voice was clear and melodious, carrying a comforting softness. Immerse, however, couldn't focus on the paper-cutting task at all. He wished he could fold her up and hide her away in his pocket, away from anyone else's gaze. So when all the steps were completed, Yin's paper cutting formed a lively-looking little rabbit, while Immerse's was just a messy piece of red paper. Yang, am I too stupid? Immerse looked at Yin, somewhat embarrassed. Yin nodded confirmingly. You're a bit slow. But don't worry, I won't hold it against you. With that, she leaned over to take the red paper from his hand, guiding him through the motions. Brother Imo, you need to do it this way. There's a trick here. If you fold over from this side, it will work. Don't be too nervous, just relax. Oh, Immerse's heartbeat sped up, feeling so nervous that even his ears flushed red. If Yin moved any closer, he might forget how to breathe. Seeing Immerse so, Yin chuckled. Brother Imo, I want bite. What are you nervous about? Their actions weren't overly intimate. They were just a bit close. After all, Yin had come from the modern world. She was free from any shackles. But Immerse was different. He had never been this close to a girl before. I'm not nervous, not at all, Immerse insisted, though his hand holding the scissors was shaking. Seeing this, Yin laughed even harder. Brother Mo, just keep working on your paper cutting. Take your time, don't rush. We'll go check outside. As he watched Yin's receding figure, Immerse silently raised his left hand and smacked his right hand hard. Stop shaking. Stop shaking. Stop shaking. What a coward. After a moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. Immerse immediately straightened up and got seriously back to cutting the window paper, like a primary school student who was caught doing something wrong by the teacher. Yin walked in with a plate of warm bread. Brother Imo, want some bread? Immerse replied without lifting his head. I'll eat after I finish this. After about 10 minutes, Immerse lifted up his head and held up the finished paper cutting. Yang, is this paper cutting I made nice? Yin burst out laughing. Brother Imo, you're so clumsy. Immerse. Yin handed Immerse a piece of bread. Brother Imo, eat some bread first. Immerse took the bread and, feeling depressed, took a couple of bites. How could he be so clumsy? He can't even make good paper cuttings. Yin continued. Brother Imo, I was just joking with you. You're not stupid. Paper cutting is handiwork, and it's normal for a man like you not to be good at it. Immerse looked up at Yin. Really? Yin nodded. After finishing the paper cuttings, Yin brought out a brush and red paper and began writing couplets. Because buying couplets was too expensive, most of the couplets at this time were handwritten. Yin handed the brush to Immerse. Brother Imo, do you want to try this? Having failed at paper cutting, Immerse certainly wanted to redeem himself on the couplets. Immerse took the brush and started to write swiftly and confidently, graceful and powerful. His calligraphy was naturally impressive. It was much more elaborate than the couplets bought on the street. And I, Chungue, came in from outside and remarked in surprise, Xiaoma, your writing is really nice, no less impressive than that of Yang Yang. Those who are good-looking all write well. Indeed, a person's character can be seen from their handwriting. Thank you for the compliment, Annie and I. Mo Chishan responded modestly. I'm embarrassed. And I Yin laughed. We have 5 doors in total here, plus 10 at Annie and IS and 1 in the courtyard, making 16. Sister and I are going to put up the couplets. Brother Mo, the 16 doors are all yours. And Mo Chishan replied, it would be my honor. Then and I Yin and Ni Ching'e went out together to put up the couplets. Chapter 274, A Very Happy New Year, a mysteriously strong and foolish tycoon _4. During the process of pasting the couplets, Ni Chang'e kept praising Mo Chishan. After pasting the couplets, Mo Chishan proposed to leave. As it was New Year's Eve, and Yang didn't wish to keep him for dinner, so she walked him to the door. Be careful on your way, brother Mo. Mo Chishan was still riding his semi-old bicycle. It's cold outside. Yang, you should go back quickly. And Yang nodded. Mo Chishan pushed his bicycle for a few steps, then, as if remembering something, called out, Yang. And Yang turned back. Mo Chishan continued, Yang, do you want to go to the temple to burn incense with me tomorrow morning? It's common to go to the temple to burn incense on the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, pleading for peace in the coming year. And Yang didn't used to believe in such things, but now she'd rather believe they have some effect than not. And Yang nodded. Okay, brother Mo, we'll see each other tomorrow morning. Mo Chishan smiled and said, then he'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Mo Chishan waved at Yang excitedly. Goodbye, Yang. Li Xianxian was an orphan without parents, and old Mrs. Mo, fearing that she'd be lonely, specially asked Mo Baichuan to bring her to the Mo family for the new year. This was the first time Li Xianxian was celebrating the new year at the Mo family. She was very excited, busily helping old Mrs. Mo out. Just at this moment, Mo Chishan walked in from the door. It had started snowing heavily without notice. Some snowflakes were stuck on his messy hair. He was originally handsome, but now, with his thin lips tightly pressed together, it seemed like a thin layer of ice had formed on his face. He was elegant and noble, like a crowned jade. Li Xianxian's heartbeat missed a beat at the sight, but Li Xianxian quickly recovered, realizing that it was all just a facade. He was 27 and had accomplished nothing. He certainly wasn't worth a second glance. Though Mo Baichuan might not look as handsome, he was far more capable than him. The look in Li Xianxian's eyes gradually turned into disdain, but she still greeted him politely. Uncle Mo? Mo Chishan just nodded lightly in response. Old Mrs. Mo teased with a smile. Oh, 6, come over. We still haven't written our couplets. We're waiting for you to do it. Mo Chishan collapsed onto the sofa. I can't, Mom. I'm too tired today. Let me rest a while. Li Xianxian saw an opportunity to speak. Grandma, I remember Baichuan also writes very well. Shall I calm down? Certainly. The task of displaying talents like writing couplets should be performed by Mo Baichuan. How could they let a good-for-nothing like Mo Chishan take advantage of the opportunity? Old Mrs. Mo nodded. You go. Li Xianxian turned around and went upstairs. Old Mrs. Mo turned to Mo Chishan and asked, Old 6, did you deliver the gift I asked you to give Yang? Mo Chishan lazily responded with a sound, appearing nonchalant about it. Old Mrs. Mo shook her head helplessly. At this moment, Li Xianxian and Mo Baichuan came down. Mo Baichuan politely greeted old Mrs. Mo and Mo Chishan. Old Mrs. Mo smiled and said, Chuan, you and Xianxian will write the couplets. They'll go to the kitchen. Mo Baichuan was really not interested in dealing with Li Xianxian, but he also didn't want to give her the cold shoulder. Firstly, because Li Xianxian had been invited by old Mrs. Mo and his father. Secondly, he wanted to use Li Xianxian to make Yang jealous. The two of them stayed in the living room to write the couplets. While praising Mo Baichuan's handwriting, Li Xianxian talked to him about the business world. Upon hearing a certain business term, Imo Qishan, who had been napping with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and asked, "What were you just saying?" Li Xianxian gave a faint smile, sarcasm hidden in the depths of her eyes. "Uncle Imo, Baichuan and I were discussing matters about the business world, stuff you wouldn't understand." He was nothing more than a good-for-nothing. Even if they explained it to him, it would be like playing a lute to a cow. Li Xianxian couldn't understand how someone as useless as Mo Qishan could appear in a distinguished family like the Mo's. Even if not everyone could be as excellent as Mo Baichuan, surely they wouldn't be someone who had accomplished nothing. It was indeed Mo Qishan's fortune to be born into the Mo family. If he were born into an ordinary family, he might have starved to death by now. Mo Baichuan didn't say a word. Mo Qishan didn't get angry either. He continued to nap with his eyes closed, not showing the slightest bit of annoyance. The Ni family. After Mo Qishan left, Ni Tsuehua immediately unpacked the gifts he had brought. She found not only a lot of imported snacks in the parcels, but also a folded stroller. Ni Tsuehua had never seen a stroller and didn't recognize it, so she called Ni Yang over. Chapter 275. A Very Happy New Year. A Mysteriously Strong and Foolish Tycoon _5. Ni Yang looked surprised. Isn't this a baby stroller? She didn't expect that there were foldable strollers in this era. Seeing the stroller gave Ni Yang a feeling of being back in her future life. Baby stroller? Ni Tsuehua looked puzzled. Ni Yang explained, "A baby stroller is for children as big as Yun to sit in. You'll understand once I assemble it." The packaging of the stroller had all French markings. This was obviously a stroller imported directly from F country. Imported goods were scarce at this time. Even if you had money, you couldn't get it. You needed foreign exchange coupons. Even with foreign exchange coupons, you couldn't necessarily buy the baby stroller from F country. You had to rely on connections and find someone to get you one. And Yang quickly assembled the stroller. "Mom, go bring Yin over to try it." "Okay." And Tsuehua nodded and went inside to fetch the baby. Little Yun was riding in such a luxury stroller for the first time. She was so excited that she burst into laughter. Yang wanted to hold her, but she refused to get up. This was the first time Tsuehua and Changgue had seen a luxury stroller like this. They were both amazed. The person who invented this stroller is really smart. Wiry, don't we have this kind of brain? Tsuehua held Yang's hand and said, Yang, you must thank Xiaoma properly." "Yes, Mom, I know." Yang nodded. Because it was New Year's Day, they had a simple lunch. The focus was on the reunion dinner in the evening. After eating lunch, Yang went into the kitchen to prepare the reunion dinner. Tsuehua and Changgue were both in the kitchen, ready to lend a hand. The kitchen was filled with laughter, very lively. Tsuehua cradled the baby and sat near the stove to make the fire. The flames were very vigorous. The fire shone on Quihua's smiling face. Her life was like this firewood. The more it burned, the more prosperous it got. In Beijing, it was customary to offer dishes to the heavens and the earth on New Year's Eve. Out of respect for the heavens and earth, it was important to prepare the tribute dish first. There were 6 bowls of tribute dish in total. The first 3 bowls were dragon and phoenix beads. The last 3 bowls were vegetarian dishes. The so-called dragon and phoenix beads were fish, rooster, and pork. There were no specific requirements for vegetarian dishes, as long as they were entirely plant-based. The chicken and the fish could not be cut. They had to be cooked whole, and there were 6 large pieces of fat meat. Yang was quick at her task. She quickly prepared the 6 tribute dishes and put them aside in a pot to keep them warm. Then she started preparing the dishes for the reunion dinner. Since it was the new year, fish and meat were a must. They were tired of sour fish, grilled fish, and red braised fish. So Yang decided to cook a squirrel fish. The squirrel fish was made from carp. The rivers were not polluted during this era. The taste of the carp was very delicious, even better than the Yellow River carp. The squirrel fish was a bit complicated. First, Yang removed the fish bone, Then cut the fish into spikelets, rolled the fish in cornstarch, fried it in a pan until both sides were brown, stir-fried the seasoning in the pan, and finally poured the fried seasoning on the fish. A dish of squirrel fish with attractive color, aroma, and taste was done. The squirrel fish looked great, like a dish served at a state-owned restaurant. And Chungue was amazed. Yang Yang, you're truly amazing. And Yang laughed modestly. After the squirrel fish, and Yang took out the marinated rooster and roasted it in the bread kiln. Next, and Yang began making several small dishes. Chives fried with shrimp. Chives had a warming effect. In the middle of winter, eating chives could dispel external cold and relieve cold in women's uterus. Women tend to be more beautiful when they're warm. Braised duck feet with quail eggs. Quail eggs contained high amounts of protein, lecithin, iron, and vitamins. They were nutritionally rich and perfect for nourishing, lustrous black hair. Beauty is from head to toe. It was not enough just to have a pretty face. The hair must also be glossy. Braised pig's feet with soybeans. Pig's feet and soybeans were good for enhancing the breasts. In order to maintain a perfect bust, Yang ate breast-enhancing foods almost every day. Her efforts proved effective. Every night when Yang took a bath, she would marvel quietly. Thus, it was important to maintain sweet and sour pork with pineapple. According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, pineapples could clear heat, promote digestion, reduce inflammation, and remove dampness. In addition, pineapples contain sugars, starch, protein, B vitamins, etc., which could prevent sagging buttocks. Chapter 276. A Very Happy New Year, a Mysteriously Strong and Foolish Tycoon _6. So, sweet and sour pork with pineapple is also very good for toning the glutes. As all of the dishes had some meat in them, Yang made vegetable tofu soup. The vegetable tofu soup not only dissipates the heaviness, but also has excellent slimming effects. Busy till a little after 5 in the afternoon, Yang finally prepared a table full of dishes. By then, Cehua and Chenge were already setting the table outside in the yard for the ritual offering to heaven and earth. Yang placed 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetarian dishes on the table, setting 9 pairs of chopsticks and 9 wine glasses, each filled with wine. After the offerings were arranged, Cehua and earned incense sticks and spirit money on the side, while Yang threw out a string of lit firecrackers. The red paper from the firecrackers dropped onto the white snow, resembling red plums blooming fiercely against the snow, appearing rather picturesque. Then, the sounds of firecrackers began to be heard all around. The sound of firecrackers represents bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, so no matter how poor a family is, they would set off a string of firecrackers at this time. After setting off the firecrackers, it is customary to bow in reverence to heaven and earth. Yang took this act seriously and performed a few deep bows. Having paid their respects to heaven and earth, they all went back inside to enjoy their meal. It seemed as if little Yun could sense the festive atmosphere. Sitting in her stroller, she excitedly watched Yang and Chung moving dishes from the kitchen to the living room. With a table full of food and smiles on their faces, the new year had arrived. Mom, I raise my glass to you both. May you both become increasingly youthful and beautiful, and find happiness soon, said Yang, standing up with her wine glass in hand. Chunge laughed and replied, and Annie wishes that your business will boom even more, and you'll become a wealthy woman one day. Little did Chungue realize that what she said would actually come true. Not only did Yang become a wealthy woman, she became the most eyed among them. Halfway through the meal, Chungue took out a thick red envelope and gave it to Yang. Yang, this is Annie's New Year gift money for you. You better not think it's too little. Yang took it with a grin. Thank you, Chungue took out another envelope and stuffed it into little Yun's arms. May our Yun become increasingly beautiful and intelligent as she grows, just like her elder sister. Little Yun, holding the red envelope, started to giggle happily. Our little money lover. And I Yang lightly tapped little Ai Yun's nose. And I, Suehua said, Sister Chunga, you're really too kind. And I, Chungwe laughed and said, we are all family, so drop your formalities. And I, this is my New Year gift to you. I hope you like the style. And I Yang handed an I, Chungwe, a prepared jewelry box. When an I, Chungwe, opened the box, she was totally stunned. She saw earrings, a ring, and a necklace inside it. No woman can resist jewelry. When N.I. Chungwe got married, she dreamed of buying a complete 3-piece gold set. She thought that if she couldn't get the 3 pieces, just one would be good enough. But life was hard at the time. Forget about gold. Even affording food was a struggle. Even now, N.I. Chungwe still couldn't bear to buy the 3 pieces of gold. She only makes 30 yuan a month. Even with the extra income from helping N.I. Yang sell skincare products, her monthly income is nearly 200 yuan. She would need to save for a long time to afford something that costs several thousand yuan. Yang, how can Annie accept such an expensive gift from you? You should give them to your mom to wear. N.I. Chungwe immediately refused. N.I. Sohua responded by saying, Sister Chunga, like you said, we're family. There's no need for formalities. Plus, Yang bought a set for me too. I'm just one person. How much could I possibly wear? N.I. Yang grabbed the necklace and assisted N.I. Chungwe to put it around her neck. N.I., my mom has no other siblings. You are her only sister. Please accept this as a token of my filial piety. See how good you look wearing this necklace. Every New Year's Eve was the toughest for N.I. Chungwe. Every time, she found herself reminiscing about her deceased husband and her married-off daughter, which would uncontrollably bring her to tears. But this year was different. The arrival of N.I. Suehua and her daughter N.I. Yang brought her a sense of hope. Yang, thank you. N.I. Chungwe gripped N.I. Yang's hand, fighting back the urge to cry. N.I. Yang offered N.I. Chungwe a hug. When they were almost done with the New Year's Eve dinner, N.I. Yang grabbed the fireworks. Mom, N.I., shall we set off the fireworks? Sure, both N.I. Chungwe and N.I. Suehua agreed. Chapter 277, Avery Happy New Year. A mysteriously strong and foolish tycoon under 3 adults and a child stepped out of the courtyard with fireworks. N.I. Yang lit the biggest firework. Bang! At its highest point, the firework burst into a dazzling display, one after another, unmatched in radiance. At this time, no other fireworks could be seen in the village, leaving the fireworks from N.I. Yang's side to captivate many children. Wow, the fireworks are breathtaking. Gooden replied, the fireworks are beautiful, but can they compare to my sister N.I. Yang? Of course, sister N.I. Yang is the most beautiful. In the hearts of these children, sister N.I. Yang was always the prettiest. She could be the sun as well as the moon. N.I. Yang distributed sparriders and firecrackers to Gooden and the other kids. Shall we set off the fireworks together? Yes. Thank you, sister N.I. Yang. The children all jumped with glee. N.I. Yang held a lit sparkler, darting around with the children in the snow. Her dark eyes reflected brightly. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, sister N.I. Yang. The light from the fireworks reflected on the laughing faces of the children, and even the adults standing by smiled. Was Chinese New Year. This scene before us was Chinese New Year. After the fireworks display, N.I. Yang and the children lit a bonfire in the snow. They brought stools from their homes, sat by the bonfire, and chatted and laughed together. In that moment, N.I. Yang felt as if she had returned to her childhood. Before the children left, N.I. Yang brought out more than 20 red envelopes from her home to give to the children. Gooden secretly opened his red envelope. Wow, struck gold. There was a whole 2 yuan in there. The red envelopes from his grandparents and parents combined didn't have this much. Sister N.I. Yang is the best. No, he must hide it so the adults wouldn't find out. But the next morning, the New Year 1's money Gooden had stashed away had disappeared. Angry, he confronted his parents. Dad, Mom, did you take my New Year's money? Han Xiaoqing grinned. Don't you need to pay tuition fees when school starts? Yes. Gooden nodded. Han Xiaoqing continued. Well, then Mom will help you save the money. It isn't safe for a child to carry so much money. Gooden, he felt something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on what was wrong. So, the matter of the New Year's money had to be dropped. Although Young didn't sleep until the early hours of the New Year's Eve, she got up early the next day. The breakfast was prepared by Chungue. The customs in Beijing were different from those in Dam Village. On the first day of the Chinese New Year in Dam Village, they ate dumplings, but in Beijing, they ate noodles with marinated eggs. However, here, the marinated eggs are not called marinated eggs, but ingots. So, the following dialogue ensued. Yang, how many ingots do you want? And Yang replied, I want one. And Changue smiled and said, good things come in pairs, take 2. Then he ladled 2 marinated eggs into Yang's bowl. And Yang, could she refuse? The family of 3 and a guest sat around a table eating noodles. In front of the village, a black luxury car was parked on the road. The man in the back seat was holding a red paper and scissors, absorbed in what he was cutting. After a while, the man put down what he was holding, got out of the car. You could go back first. Don't come to pick me up this afternoon. Also, cancel all meetings for the next few days. Yes, sir. Morris nodded respectfully. Watching the man's figure disappear into the village ahead, Marcus started the engine and left. Morris, can you guess why Mr. Mogg comes to such a desolate place? Morris shrugged. More than that, I'm more curious about when Mr. Mogg started getting obsessed with folk art. He finished speaking and picked up the paper cutout from the back seat. Although it was Mr. Mogg who had cut the paper, Morris still had to say, it was really ugly. Marcus frowned slightly. Is that a paper cutout? Yes. Morris nodded. Marcus rubbed his chin. Could it be that Mr. Mogg underpins local Chinese folk art, hence specially visiting the countryside for research? Morris squinted. Very likely. Everyone is curious about Mr. Mogg's recent whereabouts, right? I think it might be good to let this news out. I agree. Chishin didn't anticipate that his simple intention of making paper cuttings to amuse Yang would unintentionally become a trend in high society. Numerous wealthy heiresses and business magnates, upon hearing that Mr. Mogg was fond of paper cutting, in order to find a common topic with Mr. Mogg, started practicing the art of paper cutting at home. Just after having lunch, Chishin arrived. Yang had a good reputation in Jinghua village, and Chishin was very good at connecting with people. So when the villagers saw Chishin going to Ni's family, they had no objections, nor were there any rumors. It's just normal interaction. What? Aren't they allowed to have friends? Chishin entered the house, first paying his New Year greetings to Chve and Tsohua, and then turned to Yang. Yang, are you ready? Shall we leave? Before Yang could respond, Tsuehua said with a smile, She is ready. She is ready. You young people should go out and play. Mom, well, leave then. Yang looked at Tsuehua and Chingue. Go ahead. It's all right if you don't come back for lunch. Your aunt and I can enjoy something special at home. Sure, off you go. Yang followed Chishin, and they left the house together. As they walked side by side, Yang asked unexpectedly, brother, didn't you ride a bike today? Chishin explained, the Nyowang temple is on the top of the mountain, so it's not convenient to ride a bike. Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. So we have to walk there? Chishin nodded, smart. Before she could respond, he added, if you're worried about being tired, I can carry you. After all, I'm a bit slow, but very strong. As Chishin was speaking, he glanced curiously at Yang. Yang chuckled. So, isn't brother's nickname Big Stupid? Seeing that Yang wasn't angry, Chishin let out a sigh of relief. Yang, you're really smart. As long as he could win over his sweetheart, even if he had to work like an ox or a horse, what did it matter even if his nickname was Big Stupid? Today was the first day of the new year, and there were many people going to the temple to worship. Along the way, Yang met countless people, even some regular customers who often ate at the noodle restaurant. Chapter 278. Strolling together in the temple fair, elderly Zheng begins the investigation. Although Nyowang Temple was located at the top of the hill, and Yang didn't feel tired at all on the way up. Immerse was secretly surprised. Oh my God, his wife was too strong. She climbed such a high mountain without even a trace of blush on her face. He had been waiting for Yang to become unable to keep climbing, so he could step in and play the hero to save his damsel in distress. But now it seemed that he had thought too much. Looking down from the high vantage point of the mountain, there was a boundless white as far as the eye could see, which was extraordinarily spectacular. The temple at the top of the mountain was still crowded with various vendors. Sugar dolls, candied hawthorns, sugar canes, Buddha beads, bracelet, and other knickknacks were all present, making it a paradise for children. This scene could not be found in the future life. Yang, shall we go over there for a look? Immerse suggested. All right, and Yang nodded. The two went inside. Immerse bought 2 sticks of candied hawthorn and handed one to Yang. Yang reached out and took it, peeled off the sugar paper, bit into it lightly, and found it was sour, sweet, and very delicious. The air in this era had not yet been polluted, so even the candied hawthorns tasted much more delicious than those of the future. This was Yang's first time at such a temple fair. She was overjoyed like a child, buying and eating whatever she saw, not hesitating to spend money at all. Immerse followed behind her, and before a moment had passed, his hands were filled with belongings. Li Xianxian and Immerse also came. Although the two walked shoulder to shoulder, they lacked a natural feeling. Immerse always had a cold expression, while Li Xianxian was cautiously trying to please him, creating a feeling like a warm face pressed against a cold butt. Yet, Li Xianxian thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. After all, Immerse was a mysterious big shot, and it was normal for him to have his own temper. She certainly couldn't expect him, a big man, to sweet-talk her, right? In this world, how many successful men are willing to humble themselves to coax women? None at all, right? As long as Li Xianxian knew that she was in Immerse's heart, that was more than enough for her. Baichuan, I've heard that the incense in this place is very efficacious. Let's go burn some incense sticks, shall we? Li Xianxian looked up at Immerse, her eyes full of infatuation. Immerse glanced at the surging crowd and impatiently responded, "You go by yourself." Just then, a familiar figure crossed his line of sight. She wore a knee-length, red-down jacket, her black, glossy hair tied in a bun, revealing a delicate, fair neck. Her adorable smile and beautiful eyes made her look extremely attractive. The usually bulky down jacket didn't look bulky at all on her, but rather accentuated her tall figure and slim waist. The red color was ordinarily gaudy, but on her, it only emphasized her youthful beauty, outshining everything else around. Immerse was suddenly reminded of the first time he saw her in Dam Village. The first time he saw her, he thought she was no different from rural girls in the mountains. Yet, when she spoke, she dazzled him. Although Immerse was reluctant to admit it, on that occasion, Yang did truly save him. If Yang hadn't displayed such courage in the face of danger, convincingly faking being a local to fool those people, he might be dead by now. Beside Yang, Immerse also spotted a person he found very annoying. It was Immerse. In Immerse's view, Immerse was useless apart from his good looks. Even if Yang wanted to attract his attention, she should not have chosen Immerse, because Immerse was absolutely no match for him. Li Xianxian also noticed Immerse and Yang. She carefully gripped Immerse's hand. "Baichuan, shall we go greet Yang and Uncle Six?" Immerse didn't respond, but his body faithfully followed Li Xianxian. Seeing him like this, Li Xianxian was filled with joy. She felt that the only reason Immerse agreed to extend a greeting was because of her, knowing uncle and nephew didn't get along, and that as far as she knew, Immerse didn't have a good impression of Yang and even disliked her. Yang, Uncle Six, Happy New Year, Li Xianxian took the initiative to greet. Yang seemed to have become even more beautiful after not seeing her for a month. She was so beautiful that it made one jealous. But what use was beauty? Could beauty be eaten? Now that Ni Yang had chosen to be with a useless man like Mo Chishan, suffering was undoubtedly waiting for her in the future. Because in Li Xiangxian's memories of her past life, the one who ended up inheriting the Mo family was not Mo Chishan at all. Chapter Strolling Together in the Temple Fair, elderly Zheng begins the investigation. In the end, Mo Chishan seemed to have evaporated from the world, and no news of him could be traced. For a good-for-nothing like Mo Chishan, if he didn't have the support of the Mo family, he would be left to sit and wait for death. Maybe he didn't even make it to the next lifetime. Mockery filled Li Xiangxian's eyes, and Ai Yang replied to her with a good-natured smile. Happy New Year. Her harmless demeanor was as if she had never had any issues with Li Xianxian. Yang, are you and Uncle Six also here to burn incense? Li Xianxian asked, and Ai Yang nodded. Li Xianxian continued, since we're all here to burn incense, why don't we do it together? Buddhist temples were places of tranquility, and Ai Yang wasn't interested in mingling with Li Xianxian or Mo Baichuan. As if sensing Ai Yang's thoughts, Mo Chishan immediately declined. No, Yang and I have other things to do. Right? And Ai Yang nodded. Brother Mo, let's go. The two of them turned and walked away. Watching their retreating figures, Mo Baichuan's eyes hinted at a storm brewing. What other things could they possibly be doing together, a man and a woman? What on earth was Ai Yang doing behind his back with Mo Chishan? Baichuan. Li Xianxian tugged Mo Baichuan's sleeve. At that, Mo Baichuan came back to his senses and held Li Xiangxian's hand. Let's go. He didn't believe that Ai Yang would be able to keep her cool after all this. Feeling the rugged hand, full of calluses, holding hers, Li Xiangxian's face reddened, and her heart pounded wildly. There were many people burning incense in the temple, packed like sardines. Men and women were all crowded together. One careless step could knock people over. Mo Chishan stood by Ai Yang's side to prevent her from getting tripped or taken advantage of. The two squeezed into the temple, donated incense money, and seriously bowed and burned incense. Seeing Ai Yang so focused, Mo Chishan also began to take it seriously. When they were descending the mountain, the crowd had thinned, but the sun had come out, melting the snow on the mountain, making the path slippery and hard to walk. Ai Yang's shoes weren't slip-resistant. She almost slipped, but Mo Chishan caught her arm in time. Yang, be careful. Thank you, Brother Mo. Ai Yang gripped his arm and cautiously stepped forward. Mo Chishan, who had long strides due to his height, walked steadily. No need to be afraid. I won't let you fall. Interestingly, on the way down the mountain, they again bumped into Mo Baichuan and Li Xianxian. As the four of them passed each other, Mo Baichuan, clutching Li Xiangxian's hand, initiated the greeting Uncle Six. Mo Chishan nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Baichuan thought that seeing him and Li Xianxian being so affectionate would stir Ai Yang's emotions. But to his surprise, Ai Yang didn't react at all. Instead, she greeted Li Xianxian with a bright smile. Mo Baichuan was irritated but maintained his poise. He put his arm around Li Xiangxian's shoulder and walked ahead briskly, leaving Ai Yang and Mo Chishan behind. Why should he always watch Ai Yang and Mo Chishan's backs? It was time Ai Yang tasted this herself. Watching the handsome profile of the man walking beside her, Li Xiangxian's face flushed with shyness. Ai Yang and Mo Chishan continued to stroll at a slow pace. Ai Yang deliberately slowed down because she really didn't want to confront Li Xianxian and Mo Baichuan, two annoying people, on this auspicious day of the year. For his part, Mo Chishan wished Ai Yang would walk even slower, as he genuinely enjoyed her company. The two walked leisurely, not speaking much, but with his heart filled with warmth and sweetness. Mo Chishan felt blissful, as if he had tasted honey. At noon, Mo Chishan stayed for a meal at the Ni residence. At the dining table, Ni Tsewa enthusiastically served Mo Chishan while piling up dishes on his plate. Xiaoma, we don't have much to offer you. Please feel free to eat anything you want. As a result, Mo Chishan, who usually had the appetite of one bowl of rice, ended up eating 3 whole bowls due to Ni Hui's warm hospitality. Afterwards, Ni Yang passed a cup of tea to Mo Chishan. As soon as Mo Chishan opened the lid, he could smell the sour and sweet aroma. It was hawthorn tea. The hawthorn had the effect of aiding digestion. Oh my, his wife was so thoughtful. Mo Chishan sipped his tea calmly, feeling extremely gratified. After drinking a few sips of the tea, Mo Chishan rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen to help Ni Yang. Chapter 280. Strolling together in the temple fair, elderly Zheng begins the investigation as Ni Yang turned her eyes to Mo Chishan. Brother Mo, please go out. The kitchen is not a place for men like you. Mo Chishan chuckled. A real man should be able to entertain in the living room and cook in the kitchen. Ni Yang chuckled lightly. Then I will wash the dishes and you can dry them. Mo Chishan took the dish from Ni Yang. Or, I should wash the dishes and you can dry them. He thought, how could he let his wife do the dirty and exhausting work of washing dishes? In her previous life, Ni Yang had never dated a man, so she didn't know what her feelings towards Mo Chishan were. But she knew, if it were any other man, she'd refuse without hesitation, and she certainly wouldn't let him get this close. Could it be love? Ni Yang suddenly wondered in her heart. She glanced at Mo Chishan, seeing him concentrating on washing the dishes. The dim light in the room cast a halo on him, making him look noble and mysterious. Even washing dishes didn't affect his aura. Ni Yang felt her ears turn slightly red. She suppressed those strange thoughts in her heart and continued drying the dishes. As it was approaching evening, Mo Chishan suggested saying goodbye. He had been at the Ni family's home all day long. If he stayed longer, the elders would think he was too thoughtless. Ni Yang held little Ni Yun and walked him to the door. Yun Yun, say goodbye to Brother Mo. Little Ni Yun obediently waved at Mo Chishan. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Ni Yang took Ni Suhua to the city, planning to buy some houses in the city center. The mother-daughter duo looked neat and pretty and were warmly welcomed as soon as they arrived at the sales office. Ni Yang chose a high-end community. The price of each square meter was 122 yuan. The saleswoman introduced from behind. The light in this house is excellent. It's north-south oriented, warm in winter and cool in summer. You can feel it now. The temperature inside is at least 10 degrees higher than outside. Ni Yang was looking at a house on the first floor. When opening the balcony door, she could see that a small garden of about 10 square meters was included outside the balcony. Seeing the small garden, Ni Hui's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "This small garden is nice. You can even grow vegetables here." Grow vegetables? The saleswoman, who had been hoping to sell a house, was discouraged. Who among those rich enough to buy a house would want to grow vegetables? It became clear that these two women were not here to buy a house, but to put on airs. She sighed. All her efforts were in vain. As she thought so, the enthusiasm of the saleswoman was doused. She treated the mother and daughter with indifference, and her face expressed disgust. At that moment, a new colleague was passing by. The saleswoman took her by the hand, lowered her voice, and said, Xiaofang, I have 2 customers here for you to practice." Lu Xiaofang was puzzled. "Sister Yuan Man, why don't you handle them yourself?" Li Yuan Man was straightforward. "These 2 obviously can't afford a house. I don't want to waste my time on them. I have to go now." Lu Xiaofang smiled and said, "Okay, thanks, Sister Yuan Man." She was a new employee and could be fired if she didn't do well. Lu Xiaofang really had no reason to refuse. Ni Yang didn't notice that the saleswoman had been replaced in a short while. She turned around and asked with a smile, "How many units per floor do you have in this building?" Lu Xiaofang was still enthusiastic and explained, "There are 2 units on each floor of this building, and the number 8 block next to it has 4 units per floor." Ni Yang nodded and then said, "I'll buy the whole 1st to 3rd floor then." Buy the whole 1st to 3rd floor? Lu Xiaofang almost thought she was hallucinating. You're not joking with me, are you? There are 6 units on the 1st to 3rd floor. The total of these 6 units is over 600 square meters. which is nearly 70,000 yuan. Could this little girl really pay 70,000 yuan? And Ai Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not joking. Let's go and sign the contract." When they got to the lobby, Lu Xiaofeng found out Ai Yang was not joking, because inside the backpack Ai Yang was carrying, it was filled with cash. Lu Xiaofeng covered her mouth in astonishment, and Ai Yang paid the full amount for 6 houses at once, receiving 6 house deeds and 6 keys in return. Chapter 281. Strolling together in the temple fair, elderly Zheng begins the investigation. Even after she left the sales office, Kuihua's steps still felt shaky. Yang, do you really think the price of all those houses we bought will go up in the future? A good 75,000 yuan we are talking about. If I said it didn't hurt a bit, it would be a lie. And Ai Yang smiled and assured, "Don't worry, Mom. The prices will definitely increase. When have I ever made a loss-making deal?" Based on the price of tens of thousands per square meter in the later years, the 6 houses she bought today could be sold for over 90 million in the future. Isn't that a significant profit? Seeing Ai Yang's confidence, Ai Tsuehua felt noticeably relieved. The sales office. The news of Lu Xiaofeng selling 6 houses all at once spread through the entire sales office in no time. Li Yuan Man exclaimed in envy and surprise, "Xiaofeng, have you walked into a streak of darn luck? You actually bumped into such a big client." At this point, selling a house comes with no commission, but a rather rewarding bonus. Selling 1 house gets a reward of 30 yuan. Calculating that, Lu Xiaofeng made 180 yuan in just one day. 180 yuan. This pretty much compares to half a year's salary earned slaving away. How could the Yuan Man not be envious? Lu Xiaofeng laughed and said, "Sister Yuan Man, I have to thank you for this. If it weren't for you letting me handle those 2 customers, how could I possibly have sold 6 houses in one go?" Li Yuan Man seemed to be petrified, and her face became pale white. After a long moment, she responded, "You mean those 6 houses were bought by that mother and daughter duo? Those 2 seemed so poor. How could they have possibly afforded a house?" Lu Xiaofeng nodded, "Yes. Sister Yuan Man, I am really grateful to you. My father is going to have a surgery soon. At least now I won't have to worry about the money. Sister Yuan Man, you're practically a savior to our family." Lu Xiaofeng was clever. She didn't want Li Yuan Man to come to her later asking to borrow money, so she deliberately shut her up in advance. Hearing that, Li Yuan Man wanted to slap herself to death. 180 yuan. Half a year's salary. It's a whole half a year's salary. She just handed over her half a year's wage. Li Yuan Man felt as if all the strength drained out of her body. It took her a while to recover, like she had just suffered a small death. After leaving the sales office, Ai Yang and Ai Tsuehua didn't head straight home. They wandered around the department store and then went to a state-owned restaurant for lunch. Of course, Ai Yang's purpose of this trip was not just to eat, but also to broaden Ai Kuihua's horizons and elevate her taste. Ai Tsuehua could not always stay cloistered in Jinghua Village. The world was huge, and Ai Tsuehua was still young. Ai Yang wished that she could find her own happiness. The state-owned restaurant was beautifully decorated, shiny and luxurious, leaving Ai Tsuehua in awe. 3 people, 2 adults, and a kid. Ai Yang ordered 5 dishes in total. There were sea cucumbers, abalones, and a pot of bird's nest soup. All were high-end dishes and naturally quite expensive. Just a small pot of bird's nest soup cost 35 yuan. A dish of sea cucumber was 25 yuan, and 1 abalone cost 15 yuan. Also, there was the so-called most expensive mushroom, the white truffle. Just a small dish cost 58 yuan. If it were Ai Tsuehua half a year ago, she would never have dreamed that one day she would sit in a state-owned restaurant, enjoying such extravagant meals. It felt like a dream. Ai Yang patiently explained these dishes to Ai Tsuehua. "Mom, let's have the bird's nest soup before the meal." "Okay." Ai Tsuehua nodded, scooped up some bird's nest soup with a spoon, and drank it leisurely. The way she was now, you could hardly tell that Ai Tsuehua was a country girl. She was like a gem dusted with dirt, now cleaned up, presenting an elegant and charming side. and Ai Yang inherited a lot of good qualities from Ai Suehua. The three of them, the mother and two daughters, sat by the window in the large dining hall, attracting the attention of other customers. This included the old lady Zheng, who came down from upstairs. She not only looked over, but walked straight up to them, almost unconsciously. "Yang Yang," old lady Zheng said, in surprise. In the beginning, she had only been focused on Ai Suehua and hadn't noticed Ai Yang. "Mrs. Zheng," Ai Yang was slightly surprised as well. Old lady Zheng smiled and asked, "Yang Yang, is this your mother?" Ai Yang nodded and introduced, "This is my mom, and this is my little sister, Ai Yun." "Mom, this is old lady Zheng." Holding little Ai Yun, Ai Suehua stood up. "Hello, Mrs. Zheng." Old lady Zheng looked at little Ai Yun. "Hello. I hold her." Chapter 282. Strolling together in the temple fair. Elderly Zheng begins the investigation. Suehua nodded. "All right, but this child is a bit shy." Before Ai Suehua could finish her sentence, little Ai Yun in her arms reached out towards Granny Zheng, mumbling indistinctly, "Hold." The scene in front of her seemed to overlap with one from over 30 years ago, bringing a tingle to Granny Zheng's nose as she reached out to take little Ai Yun. Today, little Ai Yun was not only not shy, but he also constantly giggled at Granny Zheng, seeming very happy. Even Ai Suehua on the side was astonished by this. Moreover, she couldn't understand why every time she saw this old lady, she'd feel so familiar and warm. Very strange. While holding little Ai Yun and containing her inner emotion, Granny Zheng asked softly, "How old is this child?" "Over 7 months," replied Ai Suehua. Granny Zheng nodded and continued playing with the child in her arms. Just then, both Zheng Lingling and Zheng Xianjing stepped out from an upstairs room. As soon as they descended the stairs, they were struck by the sight before them. In Granny Zheng's arms was an adorable infant, 6 to 7 months old, while she had a warm smile spread across her face. This smile was too gentle, a smile that Granny Zheng never wore at the Zheng family residence. Instantly, Zheng Lingling sensed danger. If Granny Zheng could adopt her more than 30 years ago, she could also adopt others now. No way. She could not let Granny Zheng adopt anyone else. If Granny Zheng adopts another person, it means there would be one more person competing with her for inheritance. The Zheng family's wealth could only belong to her and her daughter. She absolutely wouldn't let anyone snatch away what belonged to her. Reading her mother's intentions, Zheng Xianjing gave a nod of agreement when Zheng Lingling signaled her with her eyes. "Let's go," and call Grandma back. As she got closer, Zheng Xianjing noticed that Ai Yang was also present. Why was this annoying girl everywhere? "Grandma," Zheng Xianjing approached and squeezed Granny Zheng's arm, expressing surprise. "Sister Ai Yang is also here." Ai Yang greeted them in a polite manner. "Hello, Sister Xianjing, Annie." Being an opportunist, Zheng Lingling wore a warm smile and said, "Hello, you must be Ai Yang, right? My mother always praises you. I'm glad to finally see you in person." Upon finishing, she turned to Granny Zheng. "Mom, it's getting late. Shall we go home?" Granny Zheng held little Ai Yun and looked at Zheng Lingling. "Lingling, don't you think this child is very cute?" Actually, there was another sentence that Granny Zheng didn't say out loud. This child really looked like Ting Ting when she was young. Zheng Lingling nodded with a smile. "Yes, he's adorable. Looks a lot like Ai Yang." Seeing that Granny Zheng was unwilling to let go of little Ai Yun, Zheng Xianjing suggested, "Grandma, let's hurry up. Uncle Lu has been waiting outside for a long time." Uncle Lu was the Zheng family's driver. Hearing this, Granny Zheng finally let go of little Ai Yun and handed him back to Ai Suehua, Ai Yang's mom. Ai Yang will be heading home now. Goodbye, little Ai Yun. After Granny Zheng and others left, Ai Suehua asked Ai Yang about the old lady. Ai Yang, how did you get to know Granny Zheng? Ai Yang explained how she met Granny Zheng to Ai Suehua. Hearing this, Ai Suehua nodded. So Granny Zheng is an old acquaintance of Xiaomo's family. No wonder her temperament is different from ordinary grandmothers. Her daughter dresses like a well-to-do lady too. And I Yang replied with a laugh. Mom, one day you'll be like Anjung too, becoming a lady. And I Tsuehua laughed softly. I don't think that's my fate. And I Yang held Nai Kuihua's hand and said, Mom, we should never feel resigned to fate, nor should we belittle ourselves. No successful person has never failed. Likewise, no lady is born a lady. If an I Yang had given in to fate, she wouldn't have become CEO in her previous life. She had been lying low for 10 years before she made a name for herself. No one knew what she had gone through behind her glamorous exterior. Therefore, an I Yang had to correct an I Kuihua's mistaken belief and let her know that nothing is impossible in this world. Enai Tsuehua looked at Enai Yang and nodded earnestly. Following dinner, Enai Yang went to settle the bill. 5 dishes for 158 yuan. When the figure was announced, Tsuehua startled. 158 yuan. That's equivalent to an ordinary worker's salary for 5 months. Although she was taken aback, Tsuehua didn't say much about it. Chapter 283. Strolling together in the temple fair, elderly Zheng begins the investigation _6. After returning home, Mrs. Zheng took out a photo that she had treasured for over 30 years from a Bible. The child in the photo wore a small belly band, with a golden bracelet on his hand, looking adorably naive. It really does look like her. Mrs. Zheng's face was instantly flushed with tears. After a while, she called butler Lu Zhaokong. Lu Zhaokong was an old retainer of the Zheng family. He joined the family when he was 16, and now he was 56. His only son also worked as a driver for the Zheng family, so Mrs. Zheng trusted him. Butler Lu, I need you to do something for me. Lu Zhaokong answered respectfully. Whatever you say, madam. Mrs. Zheng said, I need you to look into someone. She gave Lu Zhaokong detailed instructions and finally emphasized, get it done discreetly. It should only be known to you and me, so don't alert anyone. Lu Zhaokong nodded. Madam, rest assured that I will handle the matter carefully. I guarantee that it will be done thoroughly and properly. I also wish you an early reunion with your daughter. Mrs. Zheng couldn't help crying again at his words and waved him off weakly. Go ahead. Lu Zhaokong turned and left Mrs. Zheng's bedroom. On the 3rd day of a new year, Lin Pingping and Wang Maifeng's family, carrying large and small bags, came to the Ni family to wish them a happy new year. The 3rd day of a new year was a very significant day, usually reserved for visiting the most important relatives. But to Lin Pingping and Wang Maifeng's family, Ni Yang was like their lifesaver. There were no relatives more important than her. That's why they chose this day to visit Ni Yang's family to express their respect for her. Sister Ni Yang, Annie Hua, Annie and I, Happy New Year. Yang Guobao ran in cheerfully. Oh, and little Yin Yin, Happy New Year to you too. Little Ni Yin opened her arms, wanting Yang Guobao to hold her. And I Yang, and I Tsuehua, and Ni Chengui came out to greet them. Sister Tsuehua, Sister Chengui. Lin Pingping embraced Ni Tsuehua and Ni Chengui excitedly. After exchanging New Year greetings, they all entered the house. Yang Guobao played with little Ni Yin. Ni Yang went to cook, while Lin Pingping, Ni Chengui, and Wang Meifeng helped her. Ni Tsuehua and Zhou Suhua were left in the living room for a chat. Although Zhou Suhua used to be a leader and used to put on airs when dealing with others, she was down-to-earth and friendly when interacting with Ni Tsuehua. They had many common topics, and there were no obstacles in their conversation. With the help of Lin Pingping, Wang Meifeng, and Ni Chengui, Ni Yang cooked a large table full of dishes. They all had a great time and stayed until evening before going home. On the 6th day of the new year, Ni Yang visited Tai Dan and Guo Chang's home in the village. Ni Yang went to invite their mothers to help in the milk tea shop and the noodle restaurant. In the new year, Ni Yang increased their wages by 5 yuan, from 60 yuan to now 65 yuan. Anybody would be a fool to decline such a high salary. Upon hearing this, Guo Chang's mother, Zhao Xiaolan, and Tai Dan's mother, Wang Yumei, were extremely grateful to N.I. Yang. And just like that, it was already the 8th day of the new year. The arrival of the 8th day also marks the end of the New Year celebration, and work resumes ordinarily. Today is the first day of business for the milk tea shop and the noodle restaurant after the New Year. In the morning, when N.I. Yang arrived at her shop, she set off 2 strings of firecrackers to signify prosperity and wish for a successful year from start to end. The business on the first day of the new year was booming. Everyone had been feasting for 8 days straight, and they now just wanted to eat to their heart's content. There were cheerful laughter inside and outside the shop. Since coming to work in the morning, Zhou Hua has been staring blankly outside the door, as if eagerly looking forward to something. In fact, she had been looking forward to it since the first day of the Lunar New Year, because that young lady promised to come over after the New Year. She had waited 8 days a year, but that young lady had never shown up. Damn it! Was it really a result of her previous attitude that had disappointed the young lady? Zhou Hua felt mixed emotions, extremely distressed. If only time could be turned back, she would definitely kill her stupid past self. Just as Zhou Hua was on the verge of despair, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the door. It was that young lady. Zhou Hua was overjoyed, though she had only seen her once, but that young lady was just so beautiful that Zhou Hua remembered her at a glance. Zhou Hua immediately greeted her. Young lady, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so many days." To tell the truth, Zhou Hua's reaction was within N.I. Yan's expectation, as she had enough confidence in her products. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to rent a store in this big mall. N.I. Yan looked apologetic. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I left in a hurry last time and didn't tell you the exact time." Zhou Hua was surprised. Initially, she thought N.I. Yan would use this incident to tease her because she was at fault in the first place. With how effective the skincare product was, if N.I. Yan was to make things difficult for her, she would have no other option but to endure it. Zhou Hua was even prepared for N.I. Yan to give her a hard time. However, N.I. Yan not only didn't make things difficult for her, she even took all the blame onto herself. This young lady was astonishing and seemed to have something extraordinary about her. Admiration began to show in Zhou Hua's eyes. It's okay. As long as you have come, I was afraid that you would not come. After all, I was a bit abrupt last time. I apologize for what happened last time. Little miss, you must not take it to heart." Since N.I. Yan was so broad-minded, she couldn't be petty and had to avoid making a bad impression on N.I. Yan. After all, she still wanted to buy the skincare product from N.I. Yan in the future. N.I. Yan laughed. "Auntie, you're being too serious. By the way, can I rent a new store now?" Yes. Zhou Hua nodded eagerly. "You see, I completely forgot about this when I got excited. I will take you to the store to have a look now." N.I. Yan smiled slightly. "Auntie, please lead the way." While walking, Zhou Hua introduced the store to N.I. Yan, and in no time, they arrived at the store's location. As Zhou Hua said, this store was in the best position in the skincare product area on the entire second floor. During the conversation, Zhou Hua had already learned N.I. Yan's name, Yang. This store is 138 yuan a month. The contract period is 3 years, 5 years, and up to 10 years. Of course, if you want to sign a shorter contract, there is also a 1-year option. N.I. Yan responded without hesitation. "I want to sign for 10 years. If she signed for 10 years, it meant that the store's rent would not increase for 10 years. As far as N.I. Yan knew, the male's rent would continuously rise a year later and would keep increasing until it reached 6 figures. N.I. Yan was no fool. Of course she would choose to sign a longer lease. Zhou Hua was taken aback, then stated, "If you sign a 10-year contract, you need to first pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan was not a small number. Zhou Hua was a bit worried that N.I. Yan might not be able to afford it. Although N.I. Yan had just bought a house recently, she still had the money to pay the deposit. N.I. Yan nodded her head with a smile. "Yes, no problem." Zhou Hua did not expect N.I. Yan to be able to afford even 10,000 yuan, but considering how popular her skincare product was, being able to afford 10,000 yuan didn't seem strange. They successfully signed the contract, paid the deposit, and Ni Yin received the keys to the store. Zhou Hua laughed and said, Yang Yang, congratulations. I wish you prosperous business, abundant wealth, and continuous fortune. Thank you, Annie. Ni Yin handed the skincare gift box in her hand to Zhou Hua. Auntie, thank you for your hard work on this matter. Wishing you a happy new year and everlasting youth. Chapter 284. Beat up the drowning dog, protect Yang Yang. _1 Ni Yang just gave Zhou Hua a box of Tender Skin Radiance last time. And this time, Zhou Hua adamantly refused to accept it once again. Tender Skin Radiance was such a popular product. The anti-wrinkle cream and whitening moisturizer in the box alone were worth over 200 yuan. If she were to accept it again, it would be a bit unreasonable. Yang Yang, I haven't even finished using the Tender Skin Radiance you gave me last time. Please take this back. And Yang smiled and replied, Auntie, you've done me such great favor. This skincare set is the least I can offer. If you don't need it now, you can give it to relatives or friends. Seeing Ni Yang's insistence, Zhou Hua had no choice but to accept, her admiration for Ni Yang deepening even more. This young woman was not only beautiful, but also knew how to handle interpersonal relationships well. If it were someone else who would be willing to give out boxes of such sought-after beauty product like Tender Skin Radiance. A box costs nearly 400 yuan. Zhou Hua then asked, Oh, Yang Yang, when are you planning to open your store? My colleagues are all looking forward to buying your Tender Skin Radiance. And Yang replied, I'm having people come to refurbish it tomorrow. I'm planning to open it on the second day of the next month. The second day of the second month is considered as the dragon raising its head according to Chinese mythology. The Chinese place great importance on this day. Choosing to open a business on this day was also to obtain a good omen. Zhou Hua nodded in approval. The second day of the second month, when the dragon lifts its head, the barns will be full. A good day indeed. Yang Yang, your business will surely prosper after it opens. And Yang smiled subtly. Thank you for your kind words, Auntie. As she had to deal with the matters of the noodle restaurant and the milk tea shop in the afternoon, and Yang didn't stay long. After saying goodbye, she left. Zhou Hua courteously escorted Yang to the mall entrance. Now that there were 2 more people at the noodle restaurant and the milk tea shop, it wasn't as tiring when it got busy. On the first day after the New Year's holiday, Yang's daily turnover reached 3,560 yuan. However, because she had just bought a house and paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan today, plus today's sales, Yang only had 5,000 yuan left over. 5,000 yuan might not mean much to Yang, but for the average family, it's a considerable amount. Yang went to Wang Tainia's house with 1,500 yuan, intending to hand over the renovation work completely to Wang Tiniu. Wang Tiniu was honest and serious about his work, so Yang trusted him a lot. Wang Tiniu warmly welcomed Yang. Yang, rest assured, just leave this matter to Uncle Tiniu. I promise to do a great job for you. They'll be imposing on Uncle Tiniu. He'll get going now. As Wang Tiniu escorted Yang out, he said, Yang, you're too polite. This is something I should do anyway. Yang was generous and considerate. She had given invaluable help to his family. Wang Tiniu was really grateful for her. After returning home, Yang began to prepare dinner. Every day during the Chinese New Year was feasting on rich dishes, so Yang decided to prepare something light. For the main course, she prepared mushroom and bok choy porridge. Mushroom and bok choy porridge is not only delicious and refreshing, but also has various health benefits. The Compendium of Materia Medica states, mushrooms are neutral in nature and sweet in taste. They can nourish and satisfy hunger, treat blood circulation and regulate energy, enhance appetite, and control frequent urination. Modern medical research shows that mushrooms also have anti-cancer effects. Having a pretty face and a perfect body is not enough. One must also have a healthy body. In her previous life, there were many cancer patients, so Yang must take preventive measures. She let the mushroom and bok choy porridge simmer in the casserole. Then Yang began to prepare the stir-fry dishes. First, Yang made spicy, pickled radish skin. The radish skin had been pickled by Ni Tsuehua before the winter. While Ni Tsuehua was not skilled at pickling sauerkraut, her pickled radish skin was crisp and delicious, good enough to go with several bowls of rice. Moreover, there's a popular saying, eat radish in winter and ginger in summer, and you won't need a doctor's prescription. This shows how useful radish can be. Next, Ni Yang made asparagus and sautéed pork slices in sauce. According to traditional Chinese medicine, asparagus not only has the effect of treating spleen and stomach heat, thirst, urinary incontinency, and urinary tract pain, but also has the effect of treating hair loss and dry hair caused by blood dryness. With rising stress, hair loss becomes more severe, and asparagus can prevent hair loss. After cooking the asparagus, Ni Yang immediately made stir-fried shrimp. Shrimp doesn't need much explanation. It's good for the breasts. It not only helps to enlarge the breasts, but also effectively prevents sagging. After preparing these dishes, Ni Yang saw that there were some extra dumplings left over from the previous few days in the cabinet, so she fried a few dumplings as well. Chapter 285. Beat up the drowning dog, protect Yang Yang. _2. Including the pan-fried dumplings, there were altogether 4 dishes. They were light and delicate, effectively eliminating the greasiness that had been accumulating in Ni Chung and Ni Kuihua's stomachs for the past few days, making them feel pleasantly relaxed. Auntie Ni, I have something to discuss with you. Putting down her chopsticks, Ni Yang looked up at Ni Chungue. Ni Chungue smiled and said, "What is it, Yang Yang?" Ni Yang continued, "I've recently rented a shop in our city's Olay Mall, planning to open a physical store for crystal clear beauty." "That's great news," exclaims Ni Chung. "Your crystal clear beauty products are so popular now, I'm sure the physical store will do very well too." Seeing Ni Yang's business growing bigger and bigger, Ni Chungue was genuinely happy for her. Ni Yang said, "Auntie, I want to hire you as the store manager." She had been considering this for a long time. Ni Chungue was skillful and business-minded. That's why she was able to sell Ni Yang's crystal clear beauty products so well. What's more, Ni Yang completely trusted Ni Chungue. If she had to leave the shop to someone else, she wouldn't be at ease. Store manager? Ni Chungue was initially taken aback before laughing. "Yang Yang, I appreciate your trust in me, but I might not be suited for the job." She couldn't possibly be a store manager. In her current job, she was just a clerk. Her everyday tasks were filing forms and answering phone calls, not exactly high-skilled work. Ni Chungue genuinely feared she wouldn't be suitable. "Ni, you can do it," Ni Yang said earnestly. "You know crystal clear beauty better than anyone aside from me. Moreover, I don't have anyone else I can trust. Ni, if you don't help me, then no one will." Originally, Ni Chungue was going to continue rejecting the offer, but Ni Yang's last sentence made her hesitate. Since Ni Yang trusted her so much, she couldn't let her down. "All right, Yang Yang. If you insist, they'll give it a go." After a moment, Ni Chungue added, "But I might not be able to start right away. I have to give my current employer a month's notice." Ni Yang smiled. "There's no rush. The shop is still being renovated. We're looking to open on the 2nd day of next month." "That's good." Ni Yang then took out a prepared contract. "Annie and I, if you agree with the terms, let's sign the contract." Ni Chung took the contract and was taken aback by its contents. "Yang Yang, why is my salary so high? 208 yuan a month." The contract also stated that for every skincare product she sells, she would get a 50-cent commission. Judging by the popularity of crystal clear beauty, she could easily earn 400 to 500 yuan a month. 400 to 500 yuan a month, it was a salary Ni Chungue couldn't even dream of. Ni Yang laughed. "Because you're worth the high salary, Annie and I, finding a good business partner isn't easy. If this were another time and place, Ni Chungue would definitely be a top salesperson." Ni Yang knew how to win people over and was willing to invest in them. Ni Chungue said, "No way, Yang Yang. Your salary offer is too high. I can't accept it. If you insist on this, I won't feel comfortable signing the contract." Even though Ni Chungue liked money, She felt undeserving of such a high salary. N.I. Yang's money didn't come easy. Instead of answering N.I. Chenghua's statement directly, N.I. Yang laughed and asked, "Annie and I, do you think I'm a fool?" N.I. Chenghui paused before saying, "No way. Yang Yang, how could you be a fool? If you were, there wouldn't be any smart people left in the world." N.I. Yang faintly smiled. "Exactly because I'm not a fool, I wouldn't make a loss. That's why I'm offering you this salary. It's because you are truly worth it. Andy and I, if you refuse again, you're just being unnecessarily distant. Auntie and I, surely you would prefer to not let me hire a stranger?" And I Yang had made her point so strongly, it would be pointless to refuse any longer. And I Chenghui laughed and said, all right, I'll sign." With that, and I Chenghui signed her name on the contract. After the contract was signed, and I Yang said, "Andy and I, having only you as the store manager won't be enough for the skincare shop. We need to hire 3 more salespeople. If you know anyone suitable, you can sign the contract directly with them. The salary will be 60 yuan a month." Chapter 286. Beat up the drowning dog. Protect Yang Yang. _3. And I, Chengwei, nodded. Sure, Aunt could be responsible for it. Considering the high salary N.I. Yang paid her monthly, she ought to take responsibility. On the 9th day of the year, N.I. Yang's skincare shop began its formal renovations. A 60-square-meter shop with a renovation period of 21 days. Since a physical store was being opened, the production of whitening, moisturizing creams, and wrinkle creams would naturally have to increase. Therefore, N.I. Yang planned on adding 100 more boxes to the initially planned 30. This means that whitening moisturizing creams and anti-wrinkle creams will each be limited to 130 boxes per month, totaling 260 boxes when combined. Whereas facial cleansers, aloe vera gel, and acne and spot removing creams are supplied without any limit. Before the physical store was opened, facial cleansers and aloe vera gel were consistently selling out. With a physical store now, these skincare products will surely sell even better. So N.I. Yang must prepare in advance to avoid running out of stock. The ingredients N.I. Yang uses in her skincare products are all natural plants. The most commonly used are milk, aloe vera, and portulaca. Since N.I. Yang had previously started buying aloe in the village, most villagers started planting a fair amount of aloe at home. However, for portulaca, N.I. Yang still had to go to the vegetable market. Instead of buying outside, it'd be better to buy everything in the village. This not only ensures that benefits don't go to outsiders, but it also boosts Jinghua Village's economic development. While having dinner, N.I. Yang was eating and thinking about this matter. Mom, tell everyone tomorrow that our family will not only buy aloe, but also roses and portulaca. Fresh roses are 60 cents per gene, and portulaca is 30 cents per gene. Hearing this, N.I. Suihua asked in confusion, Yang Yang, what do you need roses for? N.I. Yang replied with a smile, for making rose hydrosol. Our ice muscle jade skin physical store is about to open soon, and I want to develop a new product. Aside from making rose hydrosol, N.I. Yang also wanted to make a high-end perfume with roses. But this plan had to be postponed, because if roses were planted now, it would not bloom until May. N.I. Suihua nodded. All right, I will tell everyone tomorrow. The next day, when N.I. Suihua informed everyone about N.I. Yang's plan to buy portulaca and roses, everyone was thrilled. Firstly, because portulaca and roses were easier to care for than rice plants, and many complicated procedures like plowing, planting seedlings, harvesting rice, drying rice, etc. were eliminated. Secondly, the price was higher. At this time, 100 gene of rice was only sold for 6 yuan at the grain station. No wonder the life of farmers was so tough. 100 gene of rice was sold for 6 yuan, but 100 gene of roses could be sold for 60 yuan. This increased the profits by tenfold. In addition, portulaca is a weed, so not only can roses be planted on a piece of land, the ground underneath the roses can also be planted with portulaca, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This way, 1 mu of land could earn at least 200 to 300 yuan. Previously, Each mu of land could only make 20 to 30 yuan. This way, everyone's annual income could be at least 2 to 3,000 yuan. In the past, this was unimaginable. After all, in the past, everyone's annual income was only 1 to 200 yuan. Those who could actually spend wisely would have dozens of yuan saved as a best-case scenario. After Ni Suehua left, everyone exclaimed that Ni Suehua must have accumulated good karma in her past life to have such an excellent daughter as Ni Yang in this life. Who wouldn't envy Ni Suehua in the village now? In fact, not only villagers envied Ni Suehua, people from other villages also envied the people of Jinghua village. Who wouldn't want such a lucky star that could boost the entire village economy? The second day Ni Chengge went to work, he handed in his resignation to his manager. At this time, being a clerk at the tram company was equivalent to being a public servant in the future, indeed a stable job. There was even a retired pension. Therefore, his colleagues could not understand why Ni Chengge wanted to resign. Jialan, a colleague who got along well with Ni Chengge, said, "Chengge, if you regret it now, it's not too late. How could you give up such a stable job so easily?" Ni Chengge laughed. "Xiaolan, I don't regret it." Jialan sighed. Ni Chengge continued, "Xiaolan, why don't you quit too? Then come work with me. The salary is double what you're making here." Jialan widened her eyes incredulously. "Chengge, have you gone mad? You're actually asking me to work for an individual business operator." Working for an individual business operator was already considered the lowest level job. One can only imagine how humble it must have been to work for one. Chapter 287. Beat up the drowning dog, protect Yang Yang. _4. Jialan had a great sense of self-respect. She could not afford to lose face in this way. To each his own, and Chengge wasn't upset. He laughed and said, "What's wrong with being a sole proprietor? The skin whitening and moisturizing cream you love to use was invented by a sole proprietor. Without them, would you have access to such great products?" Jialan continued, "That's different. I would never work for a sole proprietor." And Chengge said, "The opportunity won't come again once it's gone. Are you sure you won't reconsider?" Jialan said, "No need to reconsider. Even if I don't care about face, our family's old Zhang does." Hearing this, and Chengge seemed to recall something and then asked, "Oh right, Xiaolan, did you ask your husband about that thing I asked you to check?" Jialan replied, "I did. Old Zhang said he'll check with his supervisor after school starts. The policies change every year. He can't confirm right now whether they will accept transfer students in senior year." Jialan was a responsible person. Once she promised something to Ni Chengge, she made sure to fulfill it thoroughly. Ni Chengge nodded. "You must take this matter seriously. Our relative's child is waiting to take the college entrance exam next year." "Sure," Jialan continued. "Speaking of, how old is that child of your relatives this year? Are they old enough to take the exam? Boy or girl? Are they smart?" 18. Ni Chengge continued, "It's a girl. Let me tell you, there's no smarter child around for miles." Jialan just thought Ni Chengge was bragging and chuckled. "Rest assured, I've got this covered." Ni Yang didn't go to the noodle restaurant or the milk tea shop today. Instead, she stayed home studying eye cream formulas. The rose extract couldn't be made in a short time, so she had to create a new product to prepare for the grand opening. She planned to offer some promotional giveaways on the opening day. This way, she could win people's hearts and gain customers. Why not? It took Ni Yang 3 whole days at home to invent an eye cream intended to lighten dark circles. After she developed the product, as always, she first gave it to the people close to her to try before officially selling it. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. The opening day of the skincare shop was approaching. On February 2nd, the day of the dragon's head, erected. On the day when her skincare shop, Flawless Fair Skin, opened, Ni Yang did not show up as the boss. She left everything to Ni Chengge. Knowing that Flawless Fair Skin was opening on February 2nd, Zhou Hua came early in the morning. She didn't come empty-handed. She brought a gift. and Yang had been so kind to her. She couldn't afford to be stingy in return. Is Yang here? The three young girls in the store looked at each other, all puzzled. They had never met Yang, so they naturally didn't know who Yang was. Just then, Changgue came out from inside. Hello, are you the Miss Zhou that Yang has mentioned? Yang had told Changgue about Zhou Hua. Being smart, Changgue knew that Zhou Hua had a unique position and could help Yang in the future. She was not to be offended. Zhou Hua nodded. Yes, I am. And you are? Changgue said with a smile. I am the store manager here, and also Yang's aunt. Yang told me all about you this morning, how you've helped her out a lot. She said I have to thank you properly when I see you. Zhou Hua shyly replied, Yang is too polite. I didn't help her much at all. On the contrary, she helped me a lot. You have no idea how bad my skin used to be. Ever since I started using Yang skincare products, it's like I'm back to being 18. With that, Zhou Hua handed the gift box in her hands to Changgue. This is a business opening gift for Yang. I hope you'll accept it. Miss Zhou, you're too kind. I will accept this on behalf of Yang. Thank you. As it was a business opening gift, she had no reason to refuse. Zhou Hua's intention was to deliver the gift. Now that her mission was accomplished, she excused herself, intending to go back to work. She said goodbye to Changgue and started to leave. Changgue caught up with Zhou Hua and handed her a beautiful glass jar. Miss Zhou, this is the eye cream that Yang newly developed. Please take it and give it a try. What Changgue gave her was not a trial size, but the fully packaged regular size. Chapter 288. Beat up the drowning dog, protect Yang. _5. Although Zhou Hua was quite tempted, he still refused. Miss, you are too polite. I really can't accept any more. Changgue said with a smile. Just accept it. This is a new product, limited in availability. In the future, we will have many things that need your help. Hearing this, Zhou Hua had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. At 10 in the morning, the mall officially opened for business, and so did iSkin Jade Skin. Thanks to the previous promotional efforts by Lin Pingping and Wang Meifeng, and the excellent reputation of iSkin Jade Skin, half of the wrinkle cream and whitening moisturizer were sold on the opening day. The day's turnover reached almost 20,000 yuan. The turnover from just the whitening moisturizer and the wrinkle cream was more than 14,000 yuan. The rest came from the sales of facial cleanser and other skincare products. The second day was not as strong as the first day, with a turnover of over 5,000 yuan. The third day was over 8,000 yuan. As more and more people found out about the physical store of iSkin Jade Skin, within a week, the 260 boxes of whitening moisturizer and wrinkle cream were sold out. The business at the physical store was getting better and better. However, Yang did not increase the production of wrinkle cream and whitening cream. After all, things are precious when scarce. Although the whitening cream and wrinkle cream were sold out, other products like facial cleanser and aloe vera gel sold well, maintaining a daily turnover of around 3,000 yuan. As a large amount of skincare products were needed every day, and Sohua alone couldn't handle it, so Yang hired 2 young women from Jinghua village to help, paying them 2.5 yuan per day. In mid-February, Yang completed the house design drawings and started to hire people to build the house. Yang took the drawings to Wang Tiniu. Although Wang Tiniu didn't know many characters, he was an excellent bricklayer. He understood the design drawings at a glance and exclaimed, Yang, not only is your design beautiful, it's also very scientific. The house you're going to build will definitely be beautiful. Wang Tiniu had built many houses, but this was the first time he knew that a house could be built so beautifully. He didn't expect that Yang, an 18-year-old girl, had broader experience and knowledge than an adult like him. It's truly remarkable. Wang Tiniu silently admired and also decided in his heart that he would build such a house when he had the money in the future. Thanks, Uncle Tiniu, said Yang. By the way, how much does it cost to build a house like this? How long should the construction period last? Wang Tiniu did a rough calculation and replied, Yang Yang, prepare around 20,000 yuan. The structure of your house is a bit complex. It will probably take about 4 to 5 months to complete. And Yang nodded. Okay, no problem. Then Uncle Tiniu, let's start work tomorrow. All right. Early the next morning, Wang Tiniu brought his workers. To invite good fortune, and Yang set off a long string of firecrackers. After setting off the firecrackers, and Yang gave each worker a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes. Although other workers would also distribute cigarettes, they would hand them out one by one. It was unusual for someone like Yang to distribute them by the pack. Everyone exclaimed that Yang was indeed very generous. At noon, Yang prepared a big table full of dishes, including fish, meat, and chicken. It was even more sumptuous than the New Year's meal. These workers are labor-intensive, and if they don't eat well, they simply have no energy to work. Yang has never been the stingy type. People are reciprocal. If you treat me well, I will reciprocate. Not only does Yang offer high wages, she also provides a wonderful meal. Naturally, they wouldn't dare disappoint Yang in their work. They would work hard and conscientiously, as if they were doing the work of 3 people. Looking at Yang opening a noodle restaurant and a milk tea shop, Sun Chunxiang was burning with envy. If robbery wasn't illegal, she would love to just take all of Yang's money. But now, she has a way to get the secret formula. Sun Chunxiang carefully observed that at around 2 p.m. every day, Wang Jinfeng would come to the dump to dump rubbish once. Wang Jinfeng is stingy and greedy, so Sun Chunxiang targeted her. At 1:50 p.m., Sun Chunxiang came to the dump. By 1:58 p.m., Wang Jinfeng arrived carrying 2 large bags of garbage. Sun Chunxiang immediately stepped forward, enthusiastically took the garbage bags from Wang Jinfeng's hand. Big sister, you're here to dump the garbage again? Chapter 289. Beat up the drowning dog, protect Yang Yang. _6. Wang Jinfeng looked at Sun Chunxiang apprehensively. Who are you? Sun Chunxiang smiled and said, my last name is Sun. My family shop is right on the snack street next door. Upon hearing that the person was also a businesswoman, Wang Jinfeng's caution faded quite a bit. Sun Chunxiang continued, I noticed that your shop has been busy until now. You must be very tired after a day of work, aren't you? Wang Jinfeng laughed. It's okay, I'm not too tired. It's just a bit of handwork, much easier than farming. Besides, the salary that Yang gave was high. She didn't feel the slightest bit tired. How can it not be exhausting with such heavy work? Sun Chunxiang sighed and continued. Money is hard to earn these days. If it wasn't for providing for the family, which of us women would be willing to expose themselves like this? These words really hit Wang Jinfeng's heart. She nodded, agreeing. Sister, what you said is absolutely right. Sun Chunxiang looked around, lowered her voice, and said, Little sister, I have a chance to make a fortune here. Are you interested? A chance to make a fortune? Wang Jinfeng's eyes brightened. Who doesn't like money? Seeing Wang Jinfeng's reaction, Sun Chunxiang immediately believed she had a 50% chance. She took a stack of bills from her pocket and continued, Here is 1,000 yuan. If you can help me with something, this money is yours. 1,000 yuan was a huge amount to Wang Jinfeng. After all, she only earned 65 yuan a month now. Wang Jinfeng's eyes were about to be glued to that 1,000 yuan. Sister, what do you want me to help you with? As long as I can do it, I promise you. Sun Chunxiang organized the money in her hand. Little sister, in fact, it's not difficult for you. Can you tell me the recipe for the sour fish? As long as you give me the recipe, this 1,000 yuan is yours. Wang Jinfeng got the hint. So this Sun Chunxiang was after the recipe. Wang Jinfeng felt helpless. I'm just a worker. How would I know the recipe? Sun Chunxiang continued. Little sister, I believe that if you want to know, you will find a way. Wang Jinfeng was helping Yang's noodle restaurant. If she wanted to know the recipe, she just needed to pay a little attention. It wouldn't be hard at all. After a pause, Sun Chunxiang said, Little sister, if you think the money is too little, I can add another 500. 1,500 yuan was all of Sun Chungxiang's savings. She was reluctant to part with it. But thinking about it from another angle, if she knew N.I. Yang's recipe, not to mention 1,005, even 15,000 or 150,000 wouldn't be a problem. As the old saying goes, no pain, no gain. Wang Jinfeng was greedy to begin with. This was sure to work. Wang Jinfeng frowned slightly. Are you saying you want me to betray Yang Yang? Sun Chunxiang laughed. How can this be considered betrayal? This is having everyone make money together. I sell noodles on the street over there. You sell here. It won't affect N.I. Yang's business. Besides, my business can't compete with N.I. Yang's. Furthermore, if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who would know that you gave me the recipe? Little sister, you must think about it carefully. A total of 1,500 yuan. Once this village is passed, there will be no such shop. Seeing Wang Jinfeng's indecisive look, Sun Chunxiang changed her tone and continued. Little sister, you surely know how much N.I. Yang's noodle restaurant earns. Think about it. How much does she give you a month? This young girl N.I. Yang has absolutely no conscience. Could she earn that much money in a day without you? In my opinion, she should at the very least give you a monthly salary of 1,500 yuan. Since she is so heartless, you don't have to be generous to her. Sun Chunxiang may lack many skills, but she's absolutely proficient at distorting facts and sowing discord. Seeing that Wang Jinfeng's complexion sinking more and more, the smile on Sun Chungxiang's face deepened. It was about time that contemptible girl N.I. Yang got her comeuppance. Wang Jinfeng pushed Sun Chunxiang away and cursed. Go away, you nasty piece of shit. Shameless. With such poor skills as yours, you're trying to sow discord in front of me? Don't think that I don't know what you're up to. You're just jealous of Yang Yang. You want to steal Yang Yang's business. 1,500 yuan? Even if you give me 15,000 yuan, I wouldn't do such a filthy act as betraying someone. Chapter 290. Beat up the drowning dog. Protect Yang Yang. _7 Sun Chunxiang didn't see it coming and was pushed straight to the ground by Wang Jinfeng, her joints aching from the fall. And that wasn't all. Before leaving, Wang Jinfeng spat on Sun Chunxiang and sneered. Pa, cheap tramp. Although Wang Jinfeng loved money, enjoyed taking advantages, playing little tricks, and behaved shrewdly and aggressively, it could never be possible for her to betray N.I. Yang. N.I. Yang was their village's lucky star. She may betray anyone, but not N.I. Yang. Not only would she not betray N.I. Yang, but she would also keep an eye on the business for her, guarding against anyone who might betray N.I. Yang out of greed or temptation. If anyone dared to sell their conscience and do something treacherous to N.I. Yang, she would tear them apart herself. Sun Chunxiang hadn't anticipated such a reaction from Wang Jinfeng. Not only did she fail to get the lamb she wanted, but she also wound up in deep trouble. Had she not offered enough money? It was a full 1,500 yuan. For perspective, that was 50 times the monthly wage of an average worker and enough to pay for 4 years' wages. What exactly had N.I. Yang done to make Wang Jinfeng so loyal to her? Infuriated, Sun Chunxiang was almost bursting. Undoing the buttons of her coat, she took it off, soaked with spit, and walked away cursing obscenities. Initially, Wang Jinfeng didn't take it seriously, let her curse. Wasn't skin off her nose. But when N.I. Yang's name was mentioned, she lost her cool. It was one thing to curse her, but to disrespect N.I. Yang? She wouldn't stand for it. Wang Jinfeng quickly turned around and charged at Sun Chunxiang, grabbing her hair. Who the hell told you to insult N.I. Yang? You cheap slut. Trash. Your whole family is trash. Wang Jinfeng was known for her many fights with the women in the village, avoiding any visible areas like her face or head and aiming for the private parts. She hurt Sun Chunxiang, who was screaming out in pain without leaving any trace of injury. It was afternoon, everyone was either resting or working, and the dumping ground was remote. No one came to Sun's aid despite her desperate screams. Stop, stop. They'll never do it again. In desperation, Sun Chunxiang pled for mercy. Only then did Wang Jinfeng stop, feeling satisfied. If I hear you bad-mouthing N.I. Yang again, it'll tear your filthy mouth, she warned. I won't anymore. Sun Chunxiang whimpered like a drenched dog. Wang Jinfeng dusted her hands off and walked away. Upon returning to the noodle restaurant, Wang Jinfeng stayed vigilant in case Sun Chunxiang sought help. Today had been truly infuriating for Sun Chunxiang. Not only did she fail to achieve her goal, but she was also beaten. She couldn't bear the embarrassment if this got out. In the mall. Although the shop Ice Skin Jade Face wasn't always busy, they rarely failed to make a sale when a customer came in. And each transaction was above 120 yuan, as skincare products often sold as sets. And Changgue was applying lipstick when a familiar voice filled the air. Changgue. Looking up, she saw her old colleague, Jialan. Xiaolan, exclaimed Chung, aren't you supposed to be at work today? Jialan chuckled. I swapped shifts with someone to come to see how you're doing here. How's your job? Not bad. Changgue nodded. Actually, you could tell that Changgue was far better off working here than at the tram company. Embellished with golden necklaces, earrings, rings, you couldn't even guess her actual age. She exuded luxury and class. And her skin condition was extraordinarily good. Looking around the store, Jialan regretted not accepting N.I. Chenghui's invitation before. However prestigious as this place was, in the end, it was a job at a private business. Saying she worked at the tram company still carried more prestige. With her mind racing, Jialan spoke up. Chang'e, I'm here to talk about the transfer student issue. My husband said there will be an entrance exam for the city high school in June. If the grades are up to par, you could be admitted as a transfer student and sit the National University entrance exam next year. Given her husband's position, it was possible for N.I. Yang to get directly into his class without an exam. However, if her marks were poor, they might affect the class overall results and his reputation as an excellent teacher. Therefore, he had given up on the inside track and suggested that N.I. Yang take the entrance exam. Really? Asked N.I. Cheng, visibly excited. Jialan laughed. Do I have any reason to lie? The entrance exam is 3 more months down the line. Encourage your relative's kid to hit the books. I have already reserved a spot for her. Her admission as a transfer student depends on her. Xiaolan, I can't thank you enough, said N.I. Chenggue, hugging Jialan in excitement. Even though Jialan had only helped her with a reservation, it alleviated a lot of unavoidable trouble. For an outsider, registering for the local school's transfer student entrance exam was not easy. It would necessitate calling on contacts. Jialan laughed and said, Come on, Chang'e, we've been colleagues for many years. Why the formality? Oh, I heard that Ice Skin Jade Face has a new product out. Is that right? Jialan was no charity worker. She wouldn't help N.I. Yang sign up for nothing. N.I. Chenggue was no fool, and she understood Jialan's implications immediately. She quickly handed over a box of eye cream to Jialan. Yes, this limited edition eye cream. It's the last one this month. They'll give you a 50% discount. Jialan glanced at the price tag. Wow, 108 yuan. This meant she just saved a whopping 54 yuan. Chapter 291. Popular Ice Skin Jade Skin, Sundalian's unknown past _. One, the most important thing is, this eye cream is so popular. Other wealthy people can't buy it. But not only did she manage to buy it, she even got it 54 yuan cheaper. Jialan happily handed over the money. Chang'e, thank you so much. Whenever Bingjiu Fu releases a new product, you must let me know. Jialan is now a huge fan of Bingjiu Fu. As soon as a new product comes out, no matter how expensive it may be, she will buy it. And Chang'e laughed. Sure thing, just relax. As soon as a new product is available, they'll set it aside for you. Jialan put the eye cream in her bag and then said, Right, Chang'e, I told our old Zhang about this. He said the examination for transfer students this year is particularly difficult, especially for English and mathematics. At this time, English had just been incorporated into the college entrance examination for a short period. Therefore, the English foundation of the people was generally not good, and the awareness of studying English was not very high. Many people with excellent academic performance had tripped over it, before they knew it. This English thing has to start from a young age. Cramming won't work. That's why Zhao Lan's husband was reluctant to accept Ni Yin, who was from the countryside. One of the reasons was that he doesn't think a little girl from the countryside will be able to do English examination papers. Therefore, he preferred to give up a student rather than risk lowering the college admission rate. Chengwei nodded. Okay, they'll tell Yang Yang as soon as I get home. That night, after Chengwei returned home, she told Yin about this. Yin exclaimed in surprise, Really, Ni? Can I really take the exam in June? Yin had also consulted about transfer students in school before the new year. However, at that time before the new year, the relevant policy had not yet been issued, and it was particularly difficult for foreigners to register. Yin had many documents she didn't have ready, so it was delayed for a while. She didn't expect Chang'e to bring her good news. Chengwei nodded. Really, my colleague is already registered for you. Yin exclaimed happily, Thank you so much. Chengwei chuckled. Child, why are you being so formal with your aunt? After her words, Chengwei continued. Right, Yang, my colleague said this year's English and mathematics are both very difficult, so be careful. Yin nodded. Okay. With Yin's background from her previous life, English and mathematics weren't a big deal for her, but she did need to review some knowledge points. After all, a good memory isn't as good as a bad pen. The next day, Yin went to Gooden's house. Gooden's older brother is called Li Fugui, nicknamed Goshing. He is the same age as Yin, currently in his senior year of high school, and will be taking the college entrance examination in June. When Yin went, Li Fugui was sitting on the doorstep reviewing his lessons. Because the light in the house wasn't very good, and he didn't want to waste electricity by turning on the light during the day, he decided to study outside the house. Goshing. Yang. Goshing looked up at Yin. Although Gaoxing's name sounded a bit unpleasant, he was actually quite handsome. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, was tall as a northerner should be, a complete pretty boy. Come inside and have a seat. Goshing stood up and led Yin into the house. Once inside the house, Goshing was busy making tea for Yin, but Yin said with a smile, Goshing, you don't have to be so busy. I came to borrow something from you. Goshing asked, Yang, what do you need to borrow? Can I borrow your senior year textbooks? Yin continued to ask. Sure. Goshing nodded and then asked, Yang, are you thinking of taking the college entrance examination this year? Goshing was a smart lad, and he guessed Yin's intention right away. He didn't worry about Yin at all. For someone as talented as Yin, the college entrance examination was no big deal. After all, Yin was the pride of their whole village. Yin explained, It's too late for this year. I want to take the city high school's transfer student exam, then take the college entrance exam next year. Goshing nodded, fetched a big stack of textbooks and revision materials from the house. Yang, is this okay with you? Yin flipped through the textbooks with her hand. It is, thank you, Goshing. It's no bother. Goshing scratched his head shyly. These books have been sitting around at home anyway. You can use them as long as you want. It's normal for Goshing to feel shy in front of such a beauty like Yin. However, other than feeling shy, he didn't have any other thoughts. Goshing was a very rational person, a person who was particularly self-aware. Chapter 292, Popular Ice Skin Jade Beauty, The Unknown Past of Sun Dalian _2. Well, in leaving then, Goshing. The stack of books was quite heavy, weighing at least 10 to 20 pounds. Goshing was about to offer to help Yang carry them home when he saw her easily lift the stack with one hand and stroll off as if the books weighed nothing at all. She was stronger than he expected. Goshing marveled in silence. After Yang returned home, she began reviewing her lessons, even though she had been out of school for quite a while. To her surprise, she didn't have any difficulties doing so. Tsuehua was aware that her daughter was studying and made sure to lower her voice to not disturb her. Not until the afternoon did Yang come out of her room, stretching lazily. Yang, you must be tired from reading for such a long time. Have some milk tea first, Tsuehua said, bringing her a cup of milk tea. Tsuehua was intelligent. In less than half a year, she had already mastered the art of making milk tea and even created new flavors. Thanks, Mom. Yang took the milk tea and gulped down more than half of it in one go. After finishing her milk tea, she went to the kitchen to prepare a snack for the workers building the house next door. After some thought, Yang decided to make lard pancakes. In a time when everyone lacked oil and fats in their diet, no one would appreciate any other kind of snack. An hour later, Yang had prepared a basket full of lard pancakes. The lard pancakes were golden on both sides. They were crunchy and oily, winning everyone's approval. After several days of hard work, the basic structure of the house had taken shape and the walls were already half a meter high. Wang Tiniu, who was munching on a lard pancake, came over with the blueprint. Yang, I still don't quite understand this part of your plan. What is this pipe for? Yang glanced at the blueprint and explained with a smile. This pipe is for drainage. This is the bathroom. Bathroom? The term was new to Wang Tiniu, leaving him a bit confused. Yang paused to let Wang Tiniu finish his pancake before explaining. The bathroom is where you take a bath and use the toilet. In rural areas, the toilet was just a toilet. For baths, people would simply fill a large wooden basin and wash up in their rooms. Wang Tiniu had never heard of bathing in the toilet before. Yang, won't it stink? He asked. At this time, rural toilets were basically large pits surrounded by a wooden frame and covered with a cloth curtain for privacy. In winter, it wasn't so bad, but in the summer, it was unbearable. Not only did it smell terribly, but it was also full of flies and maggots. Every time Yang had to use the facilities, it was a mental struggle for her. Wang Tiniu could not picture how one could possibly bathe there. Yang explained further, it won't stink. We will install a flushable toilet here. The waste will be flushed away immediately. There will also be a ventilation system, and the bathtub will go over here. After listening to Yang's detailed explanation, Wang Tiniu nodded, seemingly understanding some of it. Okay, got it. I just need to make sure the drains and pipes are positioned correctly, right? Yang nodded in response. Yes, that's right. At the Zheng family residence, Zheng Lingling had noticed that Madame Zheng was acting strangely these past few days. More specifically, since the day they returned from the state-run restaurant, she had been out of sorts. She would stare vacantly at one spot, occasionally shedding tears for no apparent reason, and her appetite had waned. All these signs pointed to one fact. The old woman was thinking about her biological daughter again. Each time she thought about this, Zheng Lingling would grit her teeth in frustration. Why? She had taken care of the old hag for so many years, but the hag still couldn't forget the daughter who had been dead for years. Was she planning to adopt that little girl she saw at the state-run restaurant? Or had she heard news about her long-lost daughter? Zheng Lingling scrunched her brows and ordered the butler, Lu, to be called over. Zheng Lingling had been with the Zheng family for many years and knew that the person Madame Zheng trusted most was Butler Lu. Butler Lu would definitely know if something was amiss with Madame Zheng. If she wanted to find out something, she would have to start with Butler Lu. Chapter 293, Popular Ice Skin Jade Skin, Sundalian's Unknown Past _3. Madam, you called for me. Zheng Lingling stood up with a smile. Uncle Lu, you don't need to be so formal with me. Please have a seat. Strictly speaking, Butler Lu could be considered someone who watched Zheng Lingling grow up. Hence it was appropriate for her to address him as Uncle Lu. However, Butler Lu stood upright. Madam, without rules, things will not stand. It's not right for me to sit. Butler Lu was a very loyal person, but also had a peculiar temper. In his mind, a master was a master, and a servant was a servant. Where was the reason for a servant to sit with his master? Butler Liu's loyalty seemed to be seen differently through Zheng Lingling's eyes. She thought that Butler Lu was deliberately showing his displeasure to her because of his long tenure at the Zheng family, thus the refusal to sit. After all, she was only the adopted daughter of the Zheng family. From the elders to even the most ordinary servants, none of them ever took her seriously. How infuriating! Zheng Lingling suppressed the anger in her heart, deliberately probing. Uncle Lu, the matter my mother asked you to investigate some time ago. How are things going? Butler Lu asked in surprise. The old lady hasn't asked me to investigate anything recently. Zheng Lingling laughed. Uncle Lu, there's no need to hide it from me. We are all family members. I also very much hope to find Tingting. As I watch my mother lose weight day by day, my heart aches too. In this house, I much more than anyone else hope to find Tingting. Please tell me honestly, do you have any news about Tingting? It would be better for me to have some certainty rather than being blindly anxious. Zheng Lingling's words were moving, and her eyes even began to redden, looking every bit the good daughter and good sister. Butler Lu, having the ability to be a butler, was not a pushover. He didn't reveal any emotions. Miss Tingting has been missing for 34 years, and the old lady has been looking for her for 34 years. But after all these years, there's been no news. The old lady has actually given up hope a long time ago. Zheng Lingling wiped her tears. Uncle Lu, did my mother really not ask you to look for Tingting? Really not. Zheng Tingting continued. After so many years, my mother has only me as her child by her side. I don't know if she would want to adopt another child. If she does, I have a suitable candidate. Butler Lu glanced at Zheng Tingting. Madam, you jest. Miss Sun is already 19 years old. How could the old lady still adopt children? Zheng Lingling separated from Butler Lu, realizing she wouldn't get any information from him, so didn't say much more. Butler Lu then said, Madam, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Zheng Lingling nodded. Please, take your time, Uncle Lu. Butler Lu turned and left. Zheng Lingling watched Butler Liu's retreating figure, a malicious gleam in her eyes. Mom, do you think we're overthinking? Zheng Xianjing came over from behind. Zheng Lingling curled her lips. That old man is just stubborn. Mom, Zheng Xianjing squinted her eyes. What do you mean by that? Zheng Lingling didn't directly respond to Zheng Xianjing's question. Instead, she said, Go, call Xiaolu over. Xiaolu was Bolter Liu's son. Despite being wise his entire life, his son was not half as smart as he was. Zheng Xianjing glanced at her watch. Mom, I don't have time. You can tell Misley to call him. As she finished, Zheng Xianjing picked up her bag from the sofa and quickly walked outside. Xianjing, where are you going? Zheng Lingling stood from the sofa, looking seriously at Zheng Xianjing. Zheng Xianjing turned her head. I'm just going out for some fun, Mom. What is it? Zheng Lingling asked with a frown. Are you going to see that worthless sixth son of the Mo family again? Zheng Xianjing said quietly, Mom, what are you thinking about? How could I possibly go and see that waste? Last time I was blind enough to mistake fish eyes for pearls. Don't worry, Mom. There won't be such a situation again. Zheng Lingling asked doubtfully, Is that true? Of course it's true. Zheng Xianjing nodded, and then said, Mom, I now have a new goal, and I am determined to find you a son-in-law who's not a disgrace. Who? Zheng Lingling asked. Zheng Xianjing said, Mr. Mog. Mr. Mog? Zheng Lingling was startled. She walked over to Zheng Xianjing and said with a mixture of surprise and happiness, Xianjing, if you could actually catch Mr. Mog's eye, that would really bring honor to me. Zheng Xianjing confidently said, Mom, don't worry. I assure you I won't let you down. Chapter 294. Popular Ice Skin Jade Skin, Sundalian's Unknown Past _4. Zheng Lingling continued. So, you've met Mr. Mog in person? Zheng Xianjing smiled. Even though I haven't officially met him yet, it's not much different from having done so. I'm privy to secrets that others don't know. Mr. Mog will sooner or later be at my mercy. Zheng Xianjing had never lacked self-confidence. After all, she was beautiful and from a good family. Who in all of Beijing could compare with her? Zheng Lingling looked at Zheng Xianjing, her face full of satisfied smiles. She was ambitious and aspired to greatness. This was her daughter, Lingling's daughter. Compared to a good-for-nothing like Mo Qishan, how could he ever be worthy of her precious daughter? Mom, I won't keep you any longer. I'm going. Zheng Xianjing turned to leave. Wait, Zheng Lingling called to Xianjing once again. What is it, Mom? Zheng Xianjing looked back. Zheng Lingling touched her face. If you're going to the mall, remember to bring back a box of anti-wrinkle cream and a moisturizing whitening cream for me. Oh, and my facial cleanser and aloe vera gel are also running out. Give me a bottle of each. No woman lacks a love for beauty, and Zheng Lingling was no exception. For the past half a year, she had been using the Ice Beauty skincare products, and her skin was in very good condition. Not only Zheng Lingling, pretty much the entire circle of elites was using Ice Beauty. Zheng Xianjing said helplessly, "Mom, are you kidding me? The whitening moisturizing cream and anti-wrinkle cream are all limited edition products. It's the end of the month. How could there possibly be any left?" Zheng Lingling sighed. "Then just get the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel. The whitening, moisturizing, and anti-wrinkle creams can wait until the beginning of next month. They'll have Mrs. Li pre-order them." "All right, I got it." Zheng Xianjing nodded and left. After Zheng Xianjing left, Zheng Lingling had someone to bring Xiaolu. Compared to his father, the butler Mr. Liu, Xiaolu was far from competent. He was like a mouse in front of a cat when he saw Zheng Lingling. Zheng Lingling grilled him for a long time, but Xiaolu only managed 2 sentences. "No, I don't know." Zheng Lingling was so angry but didn't show it. She waved her hand to dismiss Xiaolu. No way. It seemed she had to hurry up and get that old man to make a will. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a day of peace. Thinking this, Xinjing put her anger aside and headed to the kitchen. In the kitchen, several servants were chatting. Seeing Zheng Lingling, they all flattered with smiles. "Madam is here to make chicken soup for the old lady again." Madam is so filial. Zheng Lingling's filial piety was evident to everyone in the Zheng family. She not only personally did the laundry for Mrs. Zheng, but also personally made chicken soup and all kinds of tonics for her every day. A few days studying at home, and Ai Yang found an opportunity to visit the noodle restaurant and the milk tea shop. On her way there, Ai Yang saw a man riding a bicycle, dressed in a white shirt, black suit trousers, and black leather shoes. Somehow, seeing this outfit reminded Ai Yang of Mo Chishan all of a sudden. Speaking of which, it's been quite a few days since she last saw Mo Chishan. Was he busy with these days? With these thoughts, Ai Yang quickly arrived at the noodle restaurant. Both the noodle restaurant and the milk tea shop were booming. It was mealtime, and there were endless customers. As soon as Ai Yang arrived, she began to help out. In a daze, she thought she heard someone outside calling Yang Yang. Ai Yang put down what she was doing and went outside to check. Outside, besides people queuing for noodles, there were only passerbys. Who was calling her? Ai Yang wiped her hands on her apron and turned to head back inside the noodle restaurant. During the lunch break, Ai Yang went to the mall. Because she had given Ai Chengguwei a heads up in advance, he didn't reveal to the others in the shop that she was the owner of Ice Beauty. He only said that she was his niece. The shop wasn't always full of people, but the daily turnover was even higher than the noodle restaurant. Because the skincare products were expensive, each person who came in would spend about 100 yuan. Thus, only 30 to 40 customers per day would be enough to bring in a considerable turnover. Ai, these milk teas are for you to drink. Ai Yang handed the bag of milk teas she was carrying to Ai Chengguei. Ai Chengguei accepted with a smile. "Yang Yang, you're too kind." Besides Ai Chengguei, there were 3 other young girls in the shop. They were called Wu Jing, Zhou Xingxing, and Tao Wan respectively. Chapter 295, Popular Ice Skin Jade Skin, Sundalian's Unknown Past _5. Ai Chengguei was very selective. These 3 girls were all remarkably good-looking. The skincare industry is not like other industries. If the salesperson was not attractive, the sales of the skincare products would drop. So, all the salespeople in the beauty industry were exceptional looking. Additionally, Ai Yang had quietly observed that the service attitude of these 2 girls was quite good. Compared to other sales guides in the mall, they were much better. However, this might have something to do with Ai Yang's management plan, because it was clearly stated in the contract that they would receive a cent commission for every bottle of skincare products sold. Who doesn't like money? Ai Chengguei distributed the milk tea to the 3 girls. "This is the milk tea that Yang Yang bought for you." The 3 girls thanked her in unison, Thank you, Yang Yang. Ah, I know this milk tea place. This is their upgraded version. It has grass jelly and tapioca pearls. It costs 50 cents a cup. Normally, there's a long queue to buy it. It tastes so good. I will buy it after work. While they were drinking the milk tea, Yang looked around in the shop. Yang was attractive. Even if she was behind a glass door, she still attracted many customers. Yang was very professional in recommending skincare products, and in no time, she had made 800 yuan in sales. The three girls were stunned. This is amazing. Although the skincare shop was profitable, Yang was still not satisfied because she couldn't always sell the same skincare products. If she remained stagnant, she would be eliminated by the market. Even though she had decided to develop rose water before rose water, Yang wanted to research a new product. What should she research? She already had facial cleansers, aloe vera gel, and various creams. Right? She could research face masks. Currently, there were no face masks in the market. In Yang's memory, face masks were introduced to China by the Divine Water brand in 1993, and it was loved by all. The Divine Water brand was from our country. How could our country monopolize all the good things? As far as Yang knew, the material for the first-generation mask was non-woven fabric. There was no production of non-woven fabric in Beijing. The only place that could produce non-woven fabric for beauty products was Guangguan. Guangguan was hailed as a beauty paradise in later generations. It was the first stop for many foreign skincare brands when they entered China. As long as there were designs, one could find manufacturers in Guangguan that could produce non-woven fabric face masks. As Yang was thinking and wandering around in the shop, she already had a detailed plan. After staying in the shop for a while, she said goodbye to Chengui. The moment Yang left, the three girls gathered around Chengui, exclaiming, "Sister Cheng, your niece is so beautiful. She looks even better than the movie stars on TV." There wasn't a trace of flattery in the eyes of the three girls. They genuinely thought Yang was beautiful. Hearing others compliment that Yang was beautiful, Chengui was also very happy. She said with a smile, "Of course, could my niece be anything but beautiful?" Wu Jing's eyes wandered for a moment. Then she said, "Sister Cheng, does Yang have a boyfriend yet?" "No." Chengui shook her head. Wu Jing continued, "Sister Cheng, my aunt's son is 21 this year. Although he is not as good-looking as Yang, he is a public servant. Could you help Yang by mentioning him?" Being a public servant was a big deal in this era. Who knows how many girls would fight to marry one? No. Chengui shook her head repeatedly. Yang is going to college. When would she have time for a relationship? With that said, Wu Jing had to give up this idea. It wouldn't matter if Yang didn't go to university, but if she did, being as beautiful as she was, she could marry any kind of man she wanted in the future. Just as Yang left Crystal Radiance on the first floor, she could hear a strange female voice behind her. Yang? Yang turned around and saw a young girl carrying big and small bags. Who was this? Yang was stunned for a moment. Then she realized, wasn't this her cousin, Lu Xiangxiang? Yang, long time no see. Lu Xiangxiang stood in front of Yang in a haughty manner. Her eyes were full of endless mockery and disdain. Yang responded in a neutral tone. "Do you need something?" Lu Xiangxiang said, "Yang, let me tell you, I'm not the former Lu Xiangxiang anymore. I am now Gu Xiangxiang. Take a look at this and this. This is the whitening moisturizer from Crystal Radiance. This is anti-wrinkle cream. Money can't buy these. I specially had the maid in our house to reserve these for me. Yang, we are no longer in the same world. I am the majestic young mistress of the Gu family. And you? What about you? You are merely a lowly individual business owner. What do you compete with me with?" Chapter 296, Popular Ice Skin Jade Skin, Sun Dalian's Unknown Past _6. When she got her last words, Lu Xiangxiang felt incredible exhilaration. She could finally trample all over this country bumpkin who came from the rural areas. Lu Xiangxiang, having been a common worker's daughter for over a decade, had finally turned her life around and became a lady of wealth, and of course, she wanted to show it off. Your mom remarried? And Young raised her eyebrows slightly. For someone like Lu Wan who was money-obsessed, it wasn't surprising that she chose to remarry. It seemed like Lu Wan had latched onto some kind of rich big shot this time. The Gu family. And Young frowned slightly. There were not many people with the last name Gu in Beijing's circle of wealthiest families. Moreover, Lu Wan was not young and had a daughter. It was unlikely that she would have many suitors. My mom married into the Gu family. Lu Xiangxiang did not feel that there was anything low about her mother's actions. In fact, she was rather proud of it. Do you know the Gu family? One stomp of my father's foot, and Beijing would tremble. And Young, if you kneel down now and bow your head 3 times, it'll forget about the times you've wronged me in the past. Otherwise, I will have my father chase you out of Beijing. Your stepdad is Gu Yaozu. And Young continued. It seemed like her father was quite famous. Even a country bumpkin like Young knew about him. Feeling even more triumphant at this moment, Lu Xiangxiang thrust out her chest and said, "That's right, Gu Yaozu is my dad. So what, are you scared now? If you are, you should kneel down before me at once." And Young laughed lightly. "Are you sure Gu Yaozu is your father?" "Of course." Lu Xiangxiang lifted her head arrogantly. And Young then said, "That's strange. Isn't Gu Yaozu old enough to be your great-grandfather? He's not 90, he's at least 80, right?" Lu Xiangxiang, you flaunting the benefits your mother gets for selling her youth and her body. It's really quite disgusting. And Yang's tone was light. However, every word stabbed deep into the heart, like a sharp sword slicing open Lu Xiangxiang's outer layer of pretense, exposing her most corrupt side to the air. Lu Xiangxiang was thrown into a panic immediately. How would Yang, a mere individual business owner, know about the age of Gu Yaozu, a social elite? Having said that, Yang turned around to leave. Lu Xiangxiang screamed in frustration. Yang, stop right there. Aren't you afraid that my father will come after you? So what if Gu Yaozu is old? A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Besides, Gu Yaozu is already 80 years old this year. He won't live for many more years, and he doesn't have any biological children. She was his only daughter. When Gu Yaozu dies, she would inherit all the wealth of the Gu family. By then, she would still be superior to others, while Yang would merely be a noodle seller. Yang smiled faintly, turned to look at Lu Xiangxiang, sparks in her eyes, and provocatively said, "It'll be waiting." Now, it was a society ruled by law, and she wasn't taken aback by someone like Gu Yaozu. Moreover, whether Gu Yaozu would stand up for his stepdaughter, Lu Xiangxiang, was still an uncertainty. In her past life, Yang had had business dealings with Gu Yaozu. She knew him too well. In her previous life, Gu Yaozu had married a young and beautiful wife who was 45 years younger than him. The young wife had stayed with Gu Yaozu for 18 long years. Just as she was about to inherit his wealth after his death, she didn't get a single cent, because Gu Yaozu had written a will long ago, donating all his assets to impoverished mountain areas. So, the young wife had wasted 18 years with him and ended up with nothing in the end. As it could be seen, Gu Yaozu was even more ruthless than a wolf. But at that time, Yang had never imagined that Gu Yaozu's young wife would be Lu Wan. Lu Wan really pushed it to the extreme. She actually married Gu Yaozu, a man whose face was covered with age spots, for money. As Yang walked, she kicked the small pebbles on the lane, a faint smile playing on her lips, her dimples showing slightly, like trying to suck you in, charming and dazzling. What Yang didn't know was that Mo Baichuan had also walked out from the mall behind her. He had seen everything that just happened. He had originally thought that Yang would surely be at a disadvantage when facing the overbearing Lu Xiangxiang. But unexpectedly, in the end, Yang was even more imposing. This was not the demeanor that a common country girl should have. Chapter 297. Popular Ice Skin Jade Skin, Sundalian's unknown past _ 7. His gaze was unconsciously drawn to Yang. His feeling was very strange. He didn't know what kind of person Yang was. She seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. Mo Baichuan squinted. Only when he could no longer see Ni Yang's figure did he finally leave. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At this moment, Li Xianxian emerged from behind Mo Baichuan, her face filled with a gloomy expression, her eyes filled with malice, as if she were poisoned. Mo Baichuan's attention was ultimately drawn away by Ni Yang. No, she absolutely couldn't let anyone steal her stuff. Mo Baichuan could only belong to her. It seems she could no longer simply sit idly by. Li Xianxian clenched her fists. If you looked closely, you could see her entire body was trembling. Ni Yang went straight to the detective agency. "Miss Ni, you're here," Xiaozhou greeted Ni Yang with a smile. "Please have a seat." Ni Yang leaned over to sit down on the bench. "Mr. Xiaozhou, the matter I asked you to check last time, is there any progress?" "It's been clarified," Xiaozhou continued. "Sun Dalian gave birth to a child when she was 16 with a local scoundrel. The following year, before the child had even turned 1, she ran off with her mother, and there was no news of her thereafter. According to the villagers, Sun Dalian seems to have died in a car accident. After the investigation, this was the only shocking thing about Sun Dalian's past, so Xiaozhou, of course, brought up the most important part. Is the information reliable?" Ni Yang's eyes lit up. So this was why Li Xianxian had changed her name and was so afraid of her past being known. It was because of this. An unwed mother, yet she still wanted to marry into the Mo family. TSK, TSK, TSK. Her ambition was truly not small. "Of course it's reliable." Xiaozhou handed Ni Yang the file bag in his hands. "Here are the details of the male's family residence and some other information." Ni Yang opened the bag and read through the documents at a glance. After reading, Ni Yang lifted her gaze to ask, "Is that child still alive?" "He's still alive," Xiaozhou replied. "The child is now 5 years old and is being raised by the father, but their life is very tough, barely surviving by deceit." Ni Yang nodded. "All right, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Xiaozhou." "You're welcome," Xiaozhou smiled. "It's all part of our job." After leaving the detective agency, Ni Yang went to the vegetable market to buy groceries. Having such significant news, she of course needed to celebrate properly. When Ni Yang returned after shopping, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. Someone was following her. Moreover, there was more than one. Ni Yang slightly raised her eyebrow, maintained her pace, and turned into a dead-end alley ahead. Just then, a dark figure rushed towards Ni Yang's back, while another person tried to bag her head with a sack. Ni Yang's ear twitched, and in a flash, she lifted her right leg. A perfect backspin kick followed. With a thud, the man with the sack was kicked to the ground. The other man, seeing this, was scared and immediately turned to flee. My God, that's so terrifying. Was this really the action of an 18-year-old girl? The fleeing man wet himself in fear as he ran, filling the air with a disgusting urine odor. Ni Yang frowned slightly, deciding not to chase after him, and kicked the man on the ground. "What's your name? Who sent you? Please spare my life, sister. I'll tell you everything." Chapter 298. A very important person. _1 The man was scared out of his wits. He never imagined that a young girl could knock him down with a single kick. "My name is Sun Shiwu. An old woman sent me. She's veiled, so I don't know her identity, but we agreed to meet in a small alley on the northwest side after I finished my task this late afternoon." Scared out of his wits, Sun Shiwu confessed all his past involvements. Sun Shiwu? Ni Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. It was a good thing she had previously done a background check on Li Xianxian. Otherwise, she would have missed this critical figure. Ni Yang's face changed instantly. She quickly squatted down to help Sun Shiwu up. "Turns out you're Uncle Shiwu. What case of not recognizing one's own kin? I am Yang Yang. Don't you remember me?" Sun Shiwu looked at Ni Yang in confusion and fear, worried that if she were displeased, she might kick him again. He did not remember Ni Yang. He was very sure that he had never seen Ni Yang before, because Ni Yang was too beautiful, and if he had met this attractive girl, he would definitely remember. However, he had absolutely no impression of an Yang. Seeing Sun Shiwa's reaction, an Yang continued, Uncle Sherwu, I used to play with Dalian all the time. Do you remember me? I was the Yang who always had a runny nose. Which village doesn't have a few little girls who love having runny noses? To convince Sun Sherwu, an Yang was willing to damage her own image. After hearing this, Sun Sherwu seemed to recall something. There were a few little girls in the village who loved to follow Sun Dalian around. 2 of them always had runny noses. Could an Yang be one of those 2? Women sure do change a lot when they grow up. He never expected that snot-nosed girl to become so pretty. Sun Sherwu was secretly astonished. An Yang continued, Uncle Sherwu, do you remember now? Sun Sherwu nodded his head. I seem to have some impression. An Yang laughed. Uncle Sherwu, it's good that you remembered. When did you come to Beijing? How are Aunt Ashu and Dalian now? Upon mention of Li Shu and Sun Dalian, a strong resentment appeared on Sun Shiwa's face. His face distorted instantly, as if he wished he could kill the mother and daughter right away. Those shameless bitches are already dead. Nobody should mention those bitches in front of me ever again. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Sherwu realized his mistake and immediately apologized to an Yang. I'm sorry, Yang. I wasn't yelling at you. I was yelling at those 2 bitches. An Yang's kick just now had left a deep impression in Sun Shiwa's heart. Even though an Yang was always smiling and kindly calling him Uncle Sherwu, Sun Sherwu was still very scared. The fear was uncontrollable. It's fine. An Yang continued, Uncle Sherwu, what exactly is going on? Aunt Ashu and Dalian are really that flirtatious bitch. Sun Sherwu spat on the ground. She ran off with that little harpy. No man could endure the betrayal of his own woman. In the countryside, having your wife and child run away was humiliating, and therefore, Sun Sherwu was forced to make his way to Beijing by begging. It's obvious how much Sun Sherwu hated the mother and daughter pair, Li Shu and Li Xianxian. And Yang hid a smile and began comforting him. Uncle Sherwu, don't be angry. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Aunt Ashu and Dalian are such good people. They couldn't possibly do such a thing. And Yang's words were like pouring oil on a fire, completely igniting Sun Shiwa's anger. How could it be a misunderstanding when 2 people are gone? Those shameless bitches. They've completely lost face for our Sun family. When I find them, I will skin them alive. And Yang continued, Uncle Sherwu, you must be hungry, right? How about we find a place to eat and chat? Eat? Sun Sherwu hadn't had a proper meal for many days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such desperate measures. But hearing that Yang wanted to treat him to a meal, Sun Sherwu was still wary. He had treated Yang so badly. Would she still be kind enough to invite him for a meal? Could it be a trap? Even though Sun Sherwu wasn't sharp, he also wasn't a fool. Chapter 299, A Very Important Person, _2. And Yang seemed to discern Sun Shiwa's wariness, and continued, Uncle 15, it's kismet that we fellow townsfolk bumped into each other in such a large city like Beijing. You're my elder, so it's only right that I treat you to a meal. I know of a restaurant with amazing braised pork ahead. The chicken soup, there's also good, and so is the lamb noodle stew. Sun Shiwa's eyes were practically gleaming, and he kept swallowing hard. Meat. He hadn't had meat for nearly half a year now. No matter what, as long as he could devour some meat, even dying wouldn't matter. Even in death, he'd be a spirit satiated by meat. Sun Sherwu squared his courage and continued walking with Yang. Yang took Sun Sherwu to a small restaurant, and together they ordered a full 10 dishes, all of them hearty meat dishes. Even before the food was served, Sun Sherwu was drooling. So much food. Can we finish it all? And Yang just smiled. This place is delicious. We'll definitely finish everything. Before long, all the dishes were served. And Yang continued, Uncle 15, dig in. You don't have to stand on ceremony with me. At her words, Sun Sherwu didn't even bother reaching for the chopsticks. He just grabbed a chunk of fatty meat with his hand and began wolfing it down. Delicious. So incredibly delicious. Sun Shiwu was so touched, he almost shed tears. After half a year, he was finally eating meat. He had suffered a lot for sure. And Ai Yang sat across Sun Shiwu and spoke, "Boss, a bottle of Baijiu, please." The boss was quick to serve a bottle of Erguota liquor. And Ai Yang personally served Sun Shiwu a cup. "Uncle Five, eat slowly, let's have a drink first." Sun Shiwu mumbled his thanks, and then downed the entire drink. "Great liquor. Really great liquor. Yang, I won't lie to you, ever since that damned woman ran off with that little bastard, I haven't had a drink." Sun Shiwu felt like he was dreaming. Not only did he have meat, but now he was drinking as well. And Ai Yang said, "Uncle 15, drink slowly. Don't rush. All this liquor is yours." After devouring all 10 meat dishes, Sun Shiwu was left satisfactorily burping. It was amazing. The food was absolutely amazing. Yang, thank you so much." Sun Shiwu gratefully looked at Ai Yang. "I've never been as satisfied as I am today in my entire life." And Ai Yang laughed. "Uncle 15, you don't have to be so polite. After all, Sister Dalian and I grew up together. You're her father, so that makes you my elder. Thanking me would be too formal." Even an outsider like Ai Yang knew how to respect elders. What about his own daughter? She ran off with that flighty woman, the little wretch. If he knew where that wretch and the old hag were, he would make sure they wouldn't have it easy. Thinking about it made Sun Shiwu increasingly agitated. Knowing when to stop, and Ai Yang didn't say anything more. She turned to look at the restaurant boss. "Boss, bring 2 bowls of braised pork and 2 grilled chickens, please." Sun Shiwu immediately said, Yang, there's no need to order anymore. Uncle is already full." And Ai Yang smiled faintly. "Uncle, this is for you to take home and eat." Sun Shiwu, feeling a lump in his throat, didn't know what to say. And Ai Yang was such a good girl. How did he end up raising an ungrateful daughter? The restaurant boss soon brought the packed braised pork and grilled chicken. Sun Shiwu took it with heartfelt gratitude towards Ai Yang. And Ai Yang smiled and dismissed his thanks. "Uncle 15, where do you live? I'll visit you sometime." Sun Shiwu didn't hesitate. "I live at number 18 in the alley behind the street." The residents of 18th Alleyway were all people struggling to get by. It was clear Sun Shiwu wasn't lying. And Ai Yang nodded. "All right, I will surely visit when I have time." Leaving the restaurant, and Ai Yang took Sun Shiwu to a roadside stall and bought him 2 sets of new clothes. When he got home, Sun Shiwu found 50 yuan in the pocket of the clothes. 50 yuan. Not only had Ai Yang treated him to a meal and bought him clothes, but she had also given him money. She was several times better than his own daughter. Thinking of Sun Dalian and Li Shu, Sun Shiwu's eyes filled with a vengeful glare. "Wait and see, you wretches. One day, he will ensure their painful demise." As night slowly deepened, Sun Chuanxiang anxiously waited in the courtyard. She had no idea if those 2 had succeeded yet. They should have been successful, right? After all, Ai Yang was just a young girl, and the 2 she had sent were robust men. Chapter 300, A Very Important Person, _3. With that in mind, Sun Chuanxiang felt considerably relieved. She turned around and headed back to her room. After putting on a mask and a hat, she walked out. She had already coordinated with those 2 individuals. Once the job was done, they would meet in the dead-end alley in front of number 18 on the back street. When Sun Chuanxiang arrived at the dead-end alley, no one was there. Just then, everything went black before her eyes as she was hooded with a sack. Then came a flurry of punches and kicks raining down on her. Sun Chuanxiang rolled on the ground in pain. Unfortunately, this dead-end alley had been meticulously chosen by her. It was rarely traversed by anyone. And Ai Yang wielded a wooden stick, yet displayed no signs of holding back. Sun Chuanxiang had tried to take her life. Why should Ai Yang show her any mercy? She certainly wasn't a saint. "Help! Help! Someone help me!" Sun Chuanxiang, unable to see anything, cried out in desperation. Above every head there watches a god. "Sun Chuanxiang, this is your retribution." And Ai Yang's red lips barely moved. From them came a resonant masculine voice. It echoed faintly in the alley, resembling the voice of a bodhisattva from a TV show. People were somewhat superstitious those days. Upon hearing these words, Sun Chunxiang got so frightened she wet herself. "Spare my life, bodhisattva. Spare my life. I will burn incense for you once I go back. I swear I'll never do bad things again. Let me mend my ways. Please give me another chance." Sun Chunxiang managed to struggle up and started kowtowing on the ground. Each kowtow resulted in the sack being smeared with more blood. "They'll let you off today." And Aiyang tossed the wooden stick on Sun Chunxiang's body and walked away. Her footfalls were light, so light that they were practically silent. How could anyone walk without making sound? This only served to reinforce Sun Chunxiang's belief that the individual was a bodhisattva. Too terrified to move, Sun Chunxiang knelt on the ground. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. She vowed never to do anything wrong again. Sun Chunxiang, tears of pain streaming down her face, dragged her battered body and limped away. As she emerged from the alley, Sun Chunxiang saw a person she did not expect. An Aiyang. It was March, and she was wearing a beige cheongsam with a dark blue coat draped over. Her hair was half tied up with a blue hairpin matching the coat. She exuded a radiant aura of beauty, like a figure stepping right out of a painting in the dusk. Having just done something wrong, Sun Chunxiang did not dare to spare an Aiyang glance. With a benevolent smile, an Aiyang approached and took the initiative to say hello. "Aunt Sunday." Pale-faced with fright, Sun Chunxiang collapsed to the ground, sobbing. "I'm sorry, an Aiyang. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been led astray and engaged those two to hurt you. Can you forgive me?" And Aiyang gently helped her up. "Aunt Sun, what happened? Somebody wanted to hurt me? I don't understand what you're talking about." "Right?" And Aiyang still didn't know about it. Hastily, Sun Chunxiang covered her mouth. "Nothing. Nothing. I didn't say anything." And with that, she scampered off, a picture of embarrassment. Watching her retreating figure, and Aiyang's lips curled slightly into a faint smile. Innocent and harmless, nobody could connect her to the violent girl swinging a wooden stick 10 minutes prior. Due to the enormous shock she had experienced, Sun Chunxiang fell seriously ill that night. And Aiyang, on the other hand, made a hearty meal. Delicious dishes such as steamed mandarin fish, tender ginger stir-fry, anti-aging yam lamb, and many others. Of course, not forgetting the breast-enhancing sweet rice balls. Breast enhancement was a long-term project, and it couldn't be relaxed at all times. The three of them cleaned up the entire spread without leaving a crumb. While some found joy, some found sorrow. And Aiyang had a satisfying meal and a comfortable hot bath, but Zheng Xianjing didn't fare as well. She was thinly dressed, standing in the freezing wind outside the racecourse, shivering from the cold. She was waiting for someone. She was waiting for Mr. Mog. There were rumors that Mr. Mog would definitely leave the racecourse tonight. Zheng Xianjing wanted to have a coincidental meeting with Mr. Mog, while she also wanted to confirm if Mo Baichuan was indeed Mr. Mog. Just then, a tall and upright figure gradually walked out of the racecourse. Chapter 301. A very important person. _4. He was dressed in a black trench coat, a subtly glowing cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. His chiseled features concealed in the darkness of the night were somewhat elusive, but his entire being radiated a sense of mystery and elegance. It was Mr. Mog. It was him. Emotions surged in Zheng Xianjing. Quickly, she brushed her wind-blown hair hastily. But in the next second, her smile froze on her lips. Wasn't that Mo Qishan? Could it be possible that Mo Qishan was actually Mr. Mog? If Mo Qishan was indeed Mr. Mog, then how could she explain what happened last time? Before Zheng Xianjing could react further, two more figures slowly emerged from the darkness. That was Mo Baichuan. Relief washed over Zheng Xianjing. She had known all along that a useless man like Mo Qishan couldn't possibly be Mr. Mog. The real Mr. Mog must be Mo Baichuan. Ignoring Li Xianxian, Zheng Xianjing walked directly up to Mo Baichuan, Brother Baichuan. "Xianjing, why are you still here this late?" Mo Baichuan frowned slightly. Zhang Xianjing was 6 years younger than Mo Baichuan. Plus, the Mo and Zhang families had always been close. Hence, she and Baichuan had practically grown up together and shared a sentimental bond. Mo Baichuan had always treated Zhang Xianjing like a younger sister. Zhang Xianjing continued, "Our car broke down, and the driver has gone to get it repaired. Could you give me a ride home, Brother Baichuan?" As she finished her sentence, she gently pulled Baichuan's sleeve, looking like a helpless kitten. With her decent looks, this gesture only heightened her appeal. Li Xianxian, standing next to Mo Baichuan, was left grinding her teeth in irritation. She was a woman. Couldn't she see what Zhang Xianjing was trying to do? How shameless. She, the legitimate girlfriend, was standing right next to Mo Baichuan, yet this little wench Zhang Xianjing had the audacity to flirt with him. Had Zhang Xianjing stopped considering her the official girlfriend at all? "Let's go. He'll take you home." Mo Baichuan cast a glance at Zhang Xianjing. "Thank you, Brother Baichuan." Zhang Xianjing sidestepped Li Xianxian, reaching out to hold on to Baichuan's arm directly. Zhang Xianjing had no fear of Li Xianxian. Li Xianxian was just an unwanted orphan, not worth Zhang Xianjing's consideration at all. When it was time to board the car, Li Xianxian made the first move, opening the front passenger seat and hopping in, leaving the back seat to Zhang Xianjing. Once her seat belt was fastened, Li Xianxian turned to Mo Baichuan, demonstrating her understanding. "Baichuan, a guest is a guest. Why don't we drop Xianjing off at home first?" Mo Baichuan nodded in agreement. "What a considerate guest." Zhang Xianjing looked at the back of Li Xianxian's head, narrowing her eyes slightly. It turned out she had underestimated Li Xianxian. This woman was much more cunning than she had imagined. The Jeep sped along the highway when a black sedan whisked past them. The car window was half open, and for a moment, Zhang Xianjing thought she spotted a familiar profile. Was it Mo Qishan? By the time Zhang Xianjing looked up, the black car had already disappeared. She must have seen wrong. The car that had just sped past was a luxury imported car. Even the Zhang family didn't have the means to acquire such a vehicle. Could a small fry like Mo Qishan afford one? With that thought in mind, Zhang Xianjing's eyes filled with contempt once more. In fact, Zhang Xianjing was right. The man in the car was indeed Mo Qishan. The driver was Wu Daming. "Sixth brother, you won't be leaving again after this trip, will you?" Mo Qishan flicked his cigarette lazily. "Who knows? Has your family's house been built yet?" Wu Daming shook his head. "It's under construction. Expected to be completed by June. By the way, Sixth sister-in-law's house is also under construction. Have you decided on a gift yet?" Wu Daming was trying to remind Mo Qishan that Ni Yang had not bought a house, but was building one instead. Only a simpleton like Mo Qishan would have bought a house. The thought of Ma Xinshin pouring so much money into it made Wu Daming's heart ache. During the time Mo Qishan was away from Beijing, he was oblivious to Ni Yang's situation. He didn't miss her till now, but the moment she was mentioned, every part of Mo Qishan started to ache. He hadn't seen his wife for so long. How could he not miss her? Mo Qishan took a deep puff of his cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke. Look out for imported refrigerators and washing machines. His wife's beautiful hands certainly wouldn't be subjected to the rough job of washing clothes. A refrigerator was also indispensable. With summer approaching, having a refrigerator would not only be convenient, but would also allow access to cold drinks. Chapter 302. A very important person. _5. After some thought, Mo Qishan added, "Also, keep an eye out for window units." In this era, air conditioning did not exist yet, but window units did. A window unit functioned in the same way as an air conditioner and was its predecessor. However, it was a self-contained unit that provided cooling, but not heating. During this time, window units were generally imported from our country and were pricey. Ordinary households could only afford to look on from a distance. Even wealthy families needed to use their connections to get one. However, Mo Qishan could easily obtain as many of these units as he wanted by simply asking for them. "Understood, Brother Six." Wu Daming nodded, then asked, "Brother Six, where will we be heading tonight?" Mo Chishan rubbed his temples, showing signs of fatigue. Let's go back to the manor. Wu Daming had originally planned to discuss the house matter further with Mo Chishan. Seeing Mo Chishan's fatigue, however, he decided against it. The noodle restaurant and milk tea shop were still doing an excellent business, with daily profits being quite substantial. This instilled in Ni Yang the idea of opening more branches. If you want to multiply money, opening more branches is essential. Sticking to the status quo means never earning more. Although Ni Yang did not have a lot of extra cash, she did have enough to buy a shop. Ni Yang walked down the street and cast her gaze on Sun Chungxiang's sour fish stall. While Sun Chungxiang's pickled fish noodles were not tasty, their reputation for deliciousness had already spread in the vicinity. With Ni Yang's shop often experiencing long queues, Sun Chunxiang managed to earn some money every day. But if a shop was opened directly across from Sun Chungxiang's stall, would people still go to her noodle stall? Ni Yang had no intention of letting Sun Chunxiang off easily. Ni Yang gave a slight smile and turned to walk towards the opposite shops. There's a row of shops here. Some were in business, and some vacant shops were for lease. Ni Yang took a fancy to two adjacent shops. One of the shops was 65 square meters, and the other was 20 square meters. The larger one would be used to sell sour fish, while the smaller one would sell milk tea. Just as Ni Yang was surveying the surroundings, an elderly man with white hair approached her and asked softly, "Young lady, are you thinking of buying these two shops?" Ni Yang nodded, "Yes, old man." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately became agitated and shook his head, repeatedly saying, "You can't buy them. Absolutely not. These two shops mustn't be bought." Ni Yang asked curiously, "Why not?" The old man whispered, "Young lady, let me tell you, these two shops are notorious. Before you, there have been 3 buyers. They sold fruits, clothes, and even rice, but they all ended up closing. These shops have bad feng shui." Ni Yang smiled slightly. "Thank you for your warning, old man. But my luck is very strong. Don't worry, I will be fine." Even though she had gone through reincarnation, Ni Yang still didn't believe in feng shui. Even if someone gave you a place with excellent feng shui, if you don't know how to do business, you would still end up closing in the end. Everything is up to oneself. In this world, there are only useless people. There are no useless things. Upon hearing her words, the old man could only shake his head and sigh. Not taking advice from seniors, you'll suffer in front of your eyes. And Yang didn't mind the old man's words. She paid over 40,000 yuan and got the property certificate. The other shop owners around looked at Ni Yang coming out after paying, as if they were looking at a fool. Why does that young girl look so familiar? I think she does look familiar. Is she the boss who sells the pickled vegetable noodles? It looks like it's her. It's a pity, though. She has such a good business, and yet she bought 2 cursed shops. When her business dies, she won't even know why. Young people these days sure have guts. And Yang didn't care about their regretful words and continued walking calmly. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Yang, was it my imagination? And Yang's steps faltered. She turned around and looked back. Mo Chishan was standing under the sunlight, smiling gently at Yang. Under the sunlight, his eyes were as deep as the sea, shining like they had their own light. It was an illusion. Yang gave a slight smile, her dimples barely showing on her cheeks. She walked quickly towards Mo Chishan. "Brother Mo, it really is you. I thought I heard wrong." Chapter 303, A Very Important Person, _6. After almost 2 months apart, his wife seemed to have become more beautiful. The sight of her 2 shallow dimples made Mo Chishan feel slightly dazed. "Brother Mo?" And Yang waved her hand in front of his face. Mo Chishan snapped back to reality, instinctively revealing his whereabouts. "I had to leave town on the 2nd day of the month, and just returned yesterday. The trip was so rushed, I didn't have a chance to inform you." And Yang nodded. "I was wondering why I hadn't seen you for such a long time." The 2 walked and talked, and in no time they arrived at the noodle restaurant. It was break time, so there were no clients lining up outside the noodle restaurant. And Yang asked, "Brother Mo, have you eaten?" Shall I cook noodles for you? Sure. Immerse nodded. Thank you, Yang Yang. Even with a full stomach, he still felt hungry for his wife's freshly cooked noodles. In just a little while, Yang brought out the noodles. Immerse stood up to take the noodles, and in no time, he finished a large bowl of noodles. Seeing him eat so quickly, Yang stood up and said, Brother Imo, I'll cook another bowl for you. He must have been ravenous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have eaten so quickly. In truth, Immerse was overly stuffed. Only God knew that he had just eaten a steak. Had rather endure short-term pain, hence why he ate so quickly. Hearing this, Immerse immediately stood up and grabbed Yang's hand. Yang, I'm full. Their hands touching sent a jolt through them. Immerse quickly pulled back. Yang, I'm really full. Seeing Yang's relaxed demeanor, he too relaxed significantly. Yang, when have I ever been reserved with you? By the way, my mother is hosting a tea party at home tomorrow. Would you like to join us? Shout I misses you a lot. Shout I truly missed her. He too missed her. Immerse had never felt so weak. His beloved was right in front of him, yet he dared not confess his feelings. He was already 28 years old, and Yang was only 18. He feared scaring Yang. What scared him even more was the thought that he might not be deserving of Yang. If he ended up frightening Yang, they wouldn't even be able to maintain their friendship. At least right now, even if nothing else, they could still be friends. Yang happily said, sure. She should be able to see Li Xianxian, who was essentially the approved granddaughter-in-law, at the Mo family's tea party. Anytime Li Xianxian was unhappy, she was happy. With that thought, Yang unconsciously curled her lips into a smile. Yang, Immerse couldn't help blurting out. At this moment, thousands of voices in his heart were clamoring. Confess. Confess. If you can't even say I like you, are you even a man? Yang lifted her eyes to look at Immerse, her exquisite peach blossom eyes crystal clear. Seeing those crystal clear eyes, the confession Immerse intended died on his lips. He said instead, Yang, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, okay? Yang said, I'll wait for you at home. Immerse maintained his calm demeanor after he spoke. However, he was already feeling utterly defeated inside. Sigh, he really was useless. In order to show his best self in front of Yang, Immerse didn't return home in the afternoon, but stayed behind to help at the noodle restaurant instead. Watching that busy figure inside the restaurant, Marcus and Morris, sitting in the car, thought they were going blind. It was one thing to have seen Immerse pouring wine and handing out cigarettes to a bunch of workers at the noodle restaurant last time, but this time, why was he even doing menial work? Regardless of pursuing his wife, he shouldn't have to demean himself like this, right? After all, with his status clear to anyone who cared to look, he only needed to shed his disguise, and countless wealthy young ladies would rush to swoon over him. When Yang returned home in the evening, she spoke to Wang Tiniu about her intention to buy a shop. The renovation wasn't in a hurry and could wait until Wang Tiniu finished building the house. Wang Tiniu was known for his responsible work attitude, and Yang didn't wish to look for other construction teams. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiniu said, Yang, thank you for trusting me so much. I have a cousin who's also a bricklayer. I can ask him if he could help you out. Wang Taini, his cousin, lived under harsh circumstances. He even borrowed 100 yuan from Wang Tiniu last December for the New Year celebrations. So, Wang Tiniu wanted to give this opportunity to his cousin and help him out. And Yang nodded her head. Sure, then please, Uncle Tiniu, communicate this to him for me. You're aware of the labor cost. If he has time, he can start at any time. Okay. I'll visit him tonight. Thank you so much, Yang. Wang Tiniu exclaimed excitedly, and Yang replied with a smile. Uncle Tiniu, you've helped me so much. I should be the one thanking you. The next morning, Immerse arrived timely on that bicycle to pick up Yang. Yang was still wearing the beige cheongsam from yesterday, with a dark blue coat over it. Dark blue was a picky color, but when worn by Yang, it only highlighted her skin, fair and snowy, with lips as bright as oil rouge. Whether it was the brilliant red or the low-key beige, both colors were perfectly embodied by her, as if all the colors were created just for her. "Brother Mo, let's go." And Yang got on the back seat of the bicycle, naturally placing her hand on Mo Kishin's waist. Seeing the hand on his waist, Mo Kishin's lips slightly curved. His otherwise empty heart was filled in an instant, and he inadvertently sped up his pedaling. In no time at all, they arrived at the Mo family villa. Since it was a tea party, many well-known young ladies and wealthy wives who had a good relationship with the Mo family were gathered in the villa's hall. As soon as Yang stepped in, she was warmly greeted by Lady Mo and Mo Hudi. "Yang is here, Sister Yang." With that, Mo Chishin, the biological son and nephew, was disregarded and left aside. Hearing the commotion, Li Xian, who was engaged in a conversation, lifted her head and looked over, only to catch sight of Yang. Yang, why was it her again? Li Xian squinted her eyes and turned to look at Mo Baichuan, only to find his gaze unconsciously drifting towards Yang. This wouldn't do. She had to stop things from progressing like this. She needed to find a way to make the Mo family dislike Yang. Otherwise, Mo Baichuan would eventually be snatched away by Yang one day. Because at Grandmother Mo's birthday banquet last time, Yang had worn a striking cheongsam. Everyone was impressed by her traditional, yet fashionable dress. Subsequently, the high society started favoring the vintage style, and among the young ladies currently standing in the hall, the majority were wearing cheongsams. Originally, Li Xian was the one being praised and imitated by everyone since she was always at the forefront of fashion trends. Now that suddenly someone else was in that position, Li Xian felt a jumble of emotions in her heart and felt uncomfortable. Despite her feeling uncomfortable, Li Xian still warmly went up to Yang and said softly, "Sister Yang." Chapter 304. Defeating Li Xian. Gaining Little Fangirls _1 Li Xian was still at the forefront of fashion today. She wore a black two-piece doll collar, knitted blouse underneath, paired with a figure-hugging mini leather skirt, nude tights, and topped with a pure white fur mini coats. It was a dazzling and beautiful outfit, but standing next to the understated elegance of a cheongsam, it seemed somewhat vulgar. Especially since Yang was naturally a clothes horse with a good figure and exquisite facial features. Even with minimal makeup, her beauty was captivating. In fact, Li Xian was quite attractive herself, or else she wouldn't have caught Mrs. Mo's eye. Before Yang appeared in the Mo family, she was definitely considered outstanding among the society ladies and young misses. But everything changed since Yang made her appearance. Even the popular elements within their circle had changed. How is it that her trendy attire couldn't compare to the outdated cheongsam? A flash of jealousy swiftly passed through Li Xianxian's eyes, wishing she could scar Yang's face. Yang pretended not to see the look in Li Xianxian's eyes, holding Li Xianxian's hand, Sister Xian. Li Xian was already acting very cordially, but Yang was even more enthusiastic. To outsiders, the two of them seemed like close sisters. If it's acting, who couldn't? A smile danced in Yang's eyes. Li Xian pulled Yang to sit down on the sofa. "Yang, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know where you're from?" Yang gave a small smile. "I'm from Dam Village in Haicheng City." Dam Village? A calculating glint surfaced in Li Xianxian's eyes. How honest of her. She's still young and naive. I will make sure she won't know what hit her. Dam Village. Li Xian acted as if she had discovered something astonishing. "So you really are from Dam Village, Yang?" Yang nodded, confusion flickering in her eyes, playing along with Li Xian. Soon, she'd make Li Xian dig her own grave. "Sister Xian, do you know who I was before?" Li Xian smiled. "It's not that I know you, but one of my classmates saw you and felt like she knew you. However, she said your name was Muyang back then, so I wasn't sure." There was a hint of contemplating in Li Xianxian's voice as she trailed off. "Muyang?" Upon hearing this, both Mrs. Mo and Lin Pingbing looked over in their direction. And Ai Yang didn't deny it. Her smile remained. Yes, my last name used to be Mu. Everyone has a past, and Ai Yang wasn't someone who would cover up. Moreover, she hadn't done anything shameful. Li Xianxian hesitated. I also heard from my classmate that your parents seem to have divorced. Yang, couples quarrel all the time. No matter what, you can't just abandon the family. Go back and convince your mother. Make her think clearly. You're still young, and so is your sister. You can't go on without a father. In this era, getting a divorce isn't a good look. Divorced women are regarded with disdain. The Grand Mo family. How could they tolerate a granddaughter-in-law with such a stain? Li Xianxian wanted Ai Yang to embarrass herself. She wanted everyone in the Mo family to dislike her. Moreover, Li Xianxian was painting Ai Tsuehua as a sinner, a woman who abandoned her husband and family. Isn't that why Ai Tsuehua and Ai Yang abandoned their family in Haicheng to come to Beijing? Upon hearing this, the expressions in the other's eyes changed. Like father like son, like mother like daughter. Can a bad woman raise a good daughter? Of course not. The tea party was meant for mingling and chatting. Who would have thought there would be so much drama? And Ai Yang gave a slight smile, then turned to Li Xianxian. My dad abused my mom and even had an affair. He even had an illegitimate child. Should we keep such a man and celebrate the new year with him? Li Xianxian was stunned. She didn't expect Ai Yang to counterattack like this. Shouldn't Ai Yang be feeling ashamed and discomfited? Is divorcing something to be proud of? But that's okay. The more agitated Ai Yang becomes, the more she'll embarrass herself. Li Xianxian sighed, then continued. Yang, I think you're being too radical. As a child, you should try to look at things from your father's perspective and understand why he sought other women. Long live understanding. Chapter 305 Defeats Li Xianxian, gains younger female fans _2. Understanding. And Ai Yang's expression remained unchanged. How do you think I should understand, Sister Xianxian? Li Xianxian hesitated and continued. I heard it was because my aunt couldn't have a son, so my uncle sought someone else. We can't entirely blame my uncle. After all, a male child is the lifeline of family. My uncle did wrong out of desperation for a son. No matter what, he is your father. As children, we should acknowledge our parents, no matter what, even if they committed murder. Actually, Yang, I really envy you. Your parents are still together, unlike me. I don't even know what my parents look like. By the end of her sentence, Li Xianxian's eyes had reddened. She made it seem like Ai Yang was oblivious to her good fortune. At the same time, her words successfully painted Ai Yang as an unfilial daughter who did not recognize her biological father. Mo Baichuan on the side took a sip of tea, the corner of his mouth twitching into a slight smile. He was interested in seeing how Ai Yang would resolve this crisis. Li Xianxian was well-educated, while Ai Yang was merely a country girl. No matter how skillful Ai Yang was in arguing, she couldn't beat Li Xianxian. Sister Xianxian, you're really noble, tolerating even something like this. Ai Yang's expression was mild, and her lips held a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed by Li Xianxian's words. Li Xianxian continued, Actually, this is not a big deal. Besides, we girls should obey our fathers when we're home and our husbands when we're married. At that time, China had only recently been freed. Many people still held this outdated submit to the father at home and husband when married mentality. Gender equality was a thing of the future. Which married woman does not wish to have a son? Without a son, a woman lacks status in her husband's family. Of course, Li Xianxian, who came from the past, did not have these old-fashioned thoughts. The only reason she said these words was to please Grandma Mo. She was trying to show her virtuous and well-behaved side to Grandma Mo. In families like the Mo family that had a long legacy, these outdated ideas were more prevalent than in ordinary people. Ai Yang smiled lightly, lifting her eyes to Li Xianxian. Then, I wish Sister Xianxian to marry a husband who is abusive, cheats in marriage, and seeks other women to bear sons. Upon hearing this, Li Xianxian's face changed. Yang Yang, what do you mean by that? Was Enai Yang jealous of her and therefore cursing her? Having experienced a rebirth, Li Xianxian attached great importance to these matters. She was afraid that Enai Yang's curse would come true. Enai Yang smiled faintly. There's no special meaning. I just want you to understand the saying, do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. Li Xianxian was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes reddened with grievance. Sorry, Yang Yang, I didn't mean that. I just think that divorce carries a bad reputation. Grandma Mo frowned slightly. She felt that Li Xianxian was a bit petty. Enai Yang was just returning the favor. Yet Li Xianxian acted as if she had been wronged. It was quite unbecoming. Enai Yang asked with a smile, divorce has a bad reputation? What's wrong with divorce? Where there's oppression, there are protests. Are we women naturally destined to be bullied? Those that don't fight back after being bullied aren't people. They're like doormats. Sister Xianxian, it's a new era now. We women must not stand still. We must respect ourselves, be independent and resilient, and not let anyone look down on us. On hearing this, the others also nodded in agreement. Why should women always be the ones being bullied? If they can't have a son, it's the woman's fault. If they are divorced, it's the woman who gets the blame. It's too unfair for women in this world, especially Lin Pingping, who had experienced divorce. She knew the bitterness of it. Li Xianxian was just trying to show her virtuous and well-behaved side to Grandma Mo and Mo Baichuan. She didn't expect to cause public outrage. Her face took on an awkward color right then. Looking at Lin Pingping's face, Li Xianxian's heart skipped a beat. She had forgotten about Lin Pingping. Lin Pingping was Grandma Mo's only niece. By saying divorce carries a bad reputation, wasn't she indirectly offending Grandma Mo? Li Xianxian hurriedly tried to rectify the situation, her eyes becoming even redder. Yang Yang, you misunderstood me. I simply meant a family should have descendants, and Uncle only wanted a son. As his children, we cannot deny our own father. Chapter 306, Dominating Li Xianxian, Gaining Little Fangirls _3. Li Xianxian was a very timely person. She knew she had just spoken inappropriately, so she had now redirected the issue to Enai Yang. Filial piety is a virtue, but Enai Yang disowned her biological father. Could she be a good girl? In this era, where males are valued over females, all she had to do was insist that Enai Tsuewa was unable to bear a son. So, if you can't bear a son yourself, won't you allow your husband to seek another woman to bear one? Li Xianxian never gossiped about others, but she was adept at speaking ambiguously, changing the subject and letting others fill in the blanks. She was a clever woman, so most of the time, things would go the way she envisioned, but today the person standing before her was Enai Yang. Could Enai Yang make things go smoothly for Li Xianxian? Enai Yang replied with a faint smile, Sister Xianxian, your enlightenment isn't high enough. The chairman has said that men and women are equal now. Why do you see only boys as the successors in your eyes? Aren't girls human too? According to your logic, if a woman can't have a son, the man should go and find other women. Wouldn't that mean that 80% of women have to endure their husband's infidelity? Moreover, Sister Xianxian, you're a college student. You should know that giving birth to boys or girls isn't something a girl could determine, right? The last sentence could be said to be every woman's sentiment, because the gender of a child fundamentally doesn't depend on the woman. Similarly, this erroneous thought has harmed many people. Women are like fields, while men are the seeds. The field only provides nutrients and moisture, and ultimately what crop grows depends on the seed. At these words, others around started to agree. Yes, 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 Yang Yang is right. Yang Yang has spoken very well. Li Xianxian, being a woman yourself, how can you look down on women so much? Enai Yang's eyes were filled with laughter, and shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Sister Xianxian, in palatable terms, your thinking is praiseworthy while in reality, it's being ignorant. Hearing the accusing voices around her, the color gradually drained from Li Xianxian's face. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. and Ai Yang was merely an unsophisticated village lass. Where did she get all this profound reason? Li Xianxian also came from the country. She knew too well the conditions there. Due to lack of transportation and inadequate education, there the men were prioritized and ignorance prevailed. Even Li Xianxian, before reincarnation, was just an ignorant country girl. How could an Ai Yang know such profound principles? She's behaving completely uncharacteristic of a village girl, rather like an educated intellectual. Could an Ai Yang have been this impressive when she was 18? Li Xianxian clenched her lips. Beads of cold sweat trailed down her spine. What should she do? What should she do now? Lin Pingping, supporting Madame Mo's arm, had a pleased smile on her face. She knew that Ai Yang wasn't someone to be trifled with. Calm and composed, articulate and clear, this child could tackle big situations. Madame Mo looked at Ai Yang with satisfaction in her eyes. Turning her eyes to Li Xianxian, the layer of liking in Madame Mo's eyes had been replaced by disappointment. Mo Kishin's eyes were practically sparkling. How amazing was his wife? He liked his wife more and more. Yang Yang, have some water. Mo Kishin passed a cup of tea to Ai Yang. Thank you, brother Mo. Ai Yang took the cup. This unexpected twist in front of him had completely overturned Mo Baichuan's opinion of Ai Yang. Could it be that Ai Yang wasn't purposely placed by someone near him to get closer to him? He wouldn't believe it. A little farmer girl who only graduated from junior high school, having such high enlightenment, even knowing about gender equality? In order to get close to him, these people really had racked their brains. Mo Baichuan's eyes glinted dangerously as he drank his tea, looking at Li Xianxian's distressed and sweaty appearance. Ai Yang felt incredibly relaxed. She took a sip of tea and then grabbed Li Xianxian's hand. Sister Xianxian, the words I just said were only directed at the topic itself, not at you. Please don't be angry. Don't be angry? What was Ai Yang implying? A slap and then a sweet date? But at this moment, Li Xianxian could only balk, swallowing her protest. Listening to you is better than studying for 10 years. Yang Yang, you're absolutely right. How could I possibly be angry? Ai Yang gave a small smile. I knew Sister Xianxian is magnanimous and wouldn't be mad at me. Chapter 307. Defeating Li Xianxian. Gaining Little Fangirls _4. Li Xianxian managed to keep a smile on her face, though she was so angry that her fingertips were shaking. Oh! Ai Yang exclaimed in surprise. Sister Xianxian, why is your hand shaking? She did it on purpose. Ai Yang absolutely did it on purpose. As Li Xianxian looked up, she met Ai Yang's peach blossom eyes overflowing with laughter. The corners of her mouth lifted in a faint dimple. It was blinding. Ai Yang feigned concern. Sister Xianxian, are you not wearing enough clothes? Killing Li Xianxian would be easy, but Ai Yang didn't want her to die so easily, because boiling a frog in warm water was more fun. At that moment, Old Lady Mo spoke up. I think Xianxian is feeling unwell. Baichuan, you should take Xianxian to rest first. Old Lady Mo was no fool. Could she not see through Li Xianxian's thoughts? Li Xianxian should take this opportunity to reflect on herself. Hearing this, Li Xianxian's face turned from slightly pale to ashen. Old Lady Mo's words seemed caring on the surface, but they were, in reality, driving her away from the Mo family. Li Xianxian never imagined that things would turn out this way. The person who should have been driven out of the Mo family should have been Ai Yang. Why was it her? Though Li Xianxian was utterly unwilling, she had no choice but to maintain a decorous and graceful front. Any further fuss would only be counterproductive. Thank you for caring, Grandma. I do feel a bit of a headache. Then, I will leave first. Li Xianxian rose to her feet, her face pale, her body shaky. It was pitiful to watch. Old Lady Mo nodded go. Baichuan rose to his feet, following Li Xianxian's steps. He took an extra glance at Ai Yang before leaving, but Ai Yang remained nonchalant about him, helping Li Xianxian home. Humph! Baichuan curled his lips. She was playing quite the part. Once Li Xianxian left the atmosphere lightened considerably. Everyone was chatting and laughing. These wealthy ladies were normal folks, after all. Within Ai Yang's vast experiences, it was effortless to communicate with them. She even gained a little admirer. The little admirer was Li Yanran, a 19-year-old freshman. She admired Ai Yang to the fullest. Yang, are you really from the countryside? Yanran asked curiously. Ai Yang knew she meant no harm and nodded with a smile. Yes, you are incredible, Yanran exclaimed excitedly. You have no idea how awful Li Xiangxian's face looked just now. Initially, Yanran thought Ai Yang was just a beautiful face. She didn't expect such a powerful spirit concealed beneath that gorgeous surface. She was simply a role model for modern women. If the term goddess existed in this era, Ai Yang would undoubtedly be the unrivaled goddess in Yanran's heart. Ai Yang modestly touched her nose. I'm just average. Yanran clung to Ai Yang's arm. Yang, you're too humble. Let me tell you, I've been disliking Li Xianxian for a long time. She's sour, always tries to show off in public, and acts differently behind our backs. She's so fake, and all she does is disgrace our Li family. Before Ai Yang could answer, Yanran continued, Yang, where do you live? Can I visit you in the future? Of course, Ai Yang wouldn't refuse a kind social invitation, and she nodded with a smile. Of course, I live at 58 Jinghua Village. Yanran said, we live in Wancheng Villa, Block 68. You should come and visit me when you have time as well. For the entire afternoon, Yanran stuck to Ai Yang. It was hard for Mo Qishan to even say a word to Ai Yang. Fortunately, Yanran was a girl. Otherwise, Mo Qishan would have thought Yanran was taking a liking to his wife. Only when the tea party finally ended and Yanran left was Mo Qishan able to chat with Ai Yang. After the tea party ended, Ai Yang bid old lady Mo farewell, preparing to go home. The duty of sending Ai Yang home naturally fell on Mo Qishan. The same familiar bicycle. Ai Yang sat on the back seat, her lips curved in a faint smile, her dimples shallow. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. Brother Mo, stop at the vegetable market up ahead. I want to buy some groceries to take home. Okay. This was Mo Qishan's first time visiting the vegetable market. Although it was winter, the smell inside was less than pleasant. Mo Qishan was tall and lanky, with handsome features adorned with a touch of elegance. Standing in the bustling vegetable market, he attracted a lot of attention. Countless young women stole glances at him, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Chapter 308. Defeating Li Xianxian, gaining little fangirls _5. Ai Yan walked up to a vegetable stall. Aunt Lu, could you please weigh 3 pounds of bean sprouts for me, and then 3 pounds of kelp? The stall owner, upon looking up and seeing Mo Qishan standing next to Ai Yan, his eyes sparkled. Yang, is this your boyfriend? He's quite a looker. Boyfriend. Somehow, upon hearing these words, Mo Qishan's face flushed red, bubbling a pleasant feeling within him. Ai Yan gave a slight smile. Aunt Lu, you've misunderstood. He's not my boyfriend, just a good friend. The stall owner laughed. Yang, stop beating around the bush. Look at how red this young man's face has become. Still saying he's not your boyfriend? Hearing this, Ai Yan decided not to explain any further. The more she explained, the more unclear it became. But why was Mo Qishan's face so red? As a grown man, his skin seemed too thin. Ai Yan then went with Mo Qishan to buy some beef, lamb, and pork. She bought a lot, at least 3 pounds to start off with. Mo Qishan, intrigued, asked, Yang, can you finish all this? Ai Yan replied, I'm planning to go to Guangguan tomorrow, so I'm buying a bit more. It's inconvenient for my mom to go grocery shopping with the kids. Going to Guangguan? What time is your train? Mo Qishan asked next. Ai Yan shook her head. I haven't bought the train ticket yet. I'm not in a rush. They'll just get one tomorrow, whenever it's available. Mo Qishan said, train tickets to Guangguan are not easy to get. It just so happens that I have some matters to attend to there as well. I can accompany you. Guangguan is near the border, and it's not safe for a young girl like you. Leave the train tickets to me, They'll get the ones for tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Guangguan indeed was in an unrest state, with gangsters running rampant, and Ni Yin drawing attention due to her looks. Although he knew Ni Yin was well capable of defending herself, she was after all a girl. If anything were to happen, it would indeed be her at loss. Ni Yin quirked an eyebrow. Didn't you say train tickets are hard to get? Mo Chishan smilingly said, I happen to have a classmate who's a ticket seller. All right, Ni Yin nodded. Thank you then, Brother Mo. You agreed. Yang. The sudden surprise caught Mo Chishan off guard. He had assumed that Ni Yin, given her personality, would certainly reject his offer. Ni Yin laughed. Why wouldn't I agree if I have a free bodyguard? She didn't dislike Mo Chishan. Quite the contrary. She enjoyed the feeling of being with him. Life is short. If you like someone, why not accept their offer? Given a second life, Ni Yin did not want to compromise her happiness and satisfaction. Mo Chishan masked his excitement, responded, All right, it'll wait for you at the station tomorrow morning. Sure. Ni Yin nodded in agreement. After dropping Ni Yin off, Mo Chishan arrived at a building. Just as he arrived at the entrance, Morris and Marcus hurriedly greeted him. Sir, the plane tickets are booked. When do we depart? Walking while removing his windbreaker, Mo Chishan said, No longer going to F country. Go book me 2 train tickets to Guangguan for tomorrow morning at 8. The assistant following behind immediately reached out to take the windbreaker from him. No more F country? Going to Guangguan? Taking a train? Did the boss get a fever? Morris and Marcus looked at each other, both seeing the doubt and confusion in the other's eyes. After a moment of thought, Mo Chishan added, All right, the tickets need to be for a soft sleeper berth, preferably side by side. Soft sleeper place? Isn't it always the plane when Mo Chishan travels? What on earth is a soft sleeper berth? After a bit, Morris finally asked, Sir, are you sure you no longer wish to go to F country? Your vineyard and castle wait there for you, needing your attention. No longer going. Mo Chishan unbuttoned his cuffs. Go buy the tickets right away. Could a vineyard and castle be more important than his darling? Of course not. All right, Morris said. The boss word is final. At this time, Ni Yin was in the kitchen cooking. In addition to the regular nourishing and beauty foods for the night, she also wanted to make a dish of boiled pork slices. After she had fried everything else, Ni Yin began preparing the boiled pork slices. The best-tasting boiled pork slices are made with loin meat. Ni Yin had good knife skills. She cut the pork into evenly thick slices, then coated them with egg, flour, and left them to marinate for 10 minutes in a dish. While the pork was marinating, Ni Yin began to cook the base ingredients. Chapter 309. Defeating Li Xianxian. Gaining Little Fangirls _6. First, heat up the rapeseed oil, then add in the broad bean sauce to bring out the reddish oil, followed by a fragrant blend of green onion, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon bark, and Sichuan pepper. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a tantalizing aroma. Once the base sauce was ready, add water and bring it to a boil. Add the marinated meat slices, then place the pre-boiled bean sprouts and tofu skin in a large bowl and ladle in the boiled meat slices. The meat slices should not be boiled for too long, otherwise they will become stiff and tough, which will affect the texture. Then, sprinkle roasted sesame seeds, green onions, cilantro, and Sichuan pepper on top of the meat slices. Finally, pour the heated rapeseed oil over it. With a sizzling sound, a large bowl of appetizing boiled meat slices was ready. Ni Yang could control the heat perfectly, so the texture of the boiled meat slices was superb. It had a spicy, fresh scent and was incredibly tender. It was so good that one could hardly stop eating. With a piece of boiled meat slices, one could eat several mouthfuls of rice. Delicious, it's so delicious. Ni Changgue excitedly said, Yang, what is this dish called? Ni Yang replied with a smile. This is called boiled meat slices. Boiled meat slices? Where does this dish come from? Ni Changgue asked. Ni Yang replied, This is a dish from Sichuan and Chongqing. I saw it in a food recipe. Ni Changgue nodded. Yang, you are amazing. After dinner, Ni Yang told Ni Tsuehua, that she was going to be out of town the next day. And Suehua expressed her concerns. Yang Yang, is it safe for a girl like you to travel that far? And Changwei said, Yang Yang, if you like, I can go with you. The shop will be fine with Jean. She has 2 others to help her. I heard that Guangguan can be quite chaotic. Guangguan is near our country, where it has always been rather turbulent, with a mix of different types of people and plenty of hooligans. And Yang smiled and said, Don't worry. We are living in a society governed by law now, and besides, I am not alone. Brother Imo is coming with me. Upon hearing that Imo Chishin would be accompanying her, and Suehua, and Inai Chungwei were immediately relieved. When will you be back then? Inai Suehua asked. Inai Yang answered, It takes 2 days to travel from Beijing to Guangguan by train, and it'll need some time to run errands. All in all, ITLL take about a week to return. Knowing that Inai Yang had important things to do, Inai Suehua did not say more, and simply nodded, All right, Yang Yang, you can go without worries. You're Annie and I will take care of the home. Don't stay up late tonight. Rest early. You'll need to get up early tomorrow. The next morning, Inai Yang woke up at a little past 5. By 7:30, when she arrived at the train station, she saw that Imo Chishin was already waiting for her on the platform with his suitcase. Brother Imo Chishin raised his eyes and saw the girl running towards him. Yang Yang, no need to run. We still have plenty of time. Imo Chishin extended his hand to steady Inai Yang's arm. Shall we go into the station? Yes. Imo Chishin nodded and reached out to take her suitcase. The 2 of them walked side by side to the sleeper car. A sleeper car compartment had 4 beds. When Imo Chishin and Inai Yang entered, the 2 upper bunks were still unoccupied. Inai Yang stowed her suitcase under the bed, then took out some money from her bag. Brother Imo raced the money for the train ticket. Imo Chishin was about to refuse. After all, what's wrong with buying a train ticket for his future wife? All his money would be hers in the future anyway. But then Inai Yang continued, Brother Imo, if you don't accept it, I want travel with you next time. Inherently, Inai Yang was never one to depend on men. Though it was true that she had feelings for Imo Chishin, never did she have the thought of relying on him. Upon hearing her words, Imo Chishin had no choice but to accept. Even though it was time for the train to depart, the 2 people who were supposed to occupy the upper bunks had not arrived. But Inai Yang didn't think much of it. Maybe those 2 berths simply were not sold. After all, sleeper tickets were quite expensive. It was quite warm inside the car, and Inai Yang removed her jacket, revealing a loose-fitting white knitted sweater underneath. Despite the oversized fit, it couldn't hide her curvaceous figure, particularly when she bent over to adjust the blankets. Imo Chishin uncomfortably averted his gaze, his ears turning slightly red, and silently pulled the blanket over himself. Brother Imo, do you want to eat something? Inai Yang offered him a bag of sunflower seeds. Imo Chishin cleared his throat with a light cough. No. Inai Yang then handed over a cup of milk tea. Then have a cup of milk tea. Your throat sound a bit uncomfortable. The tips of Imo Chishin's ears went red again for an instant. He reached out to take the milk tea. Thank you. Inai Yang chuckled lightly. Brother Imo, when did you start being so polite to me? Imo Chishin stopped talking, put the straw in, and began to drink the milk tea. The cool milk tea soothed his throat, seemingly easing the heat in his heart. With Imo Chishin's company, the train journey was not boring at all. They chatted all the way until the afternoon when Inai Yang, leaning against the wall, yawned lazily. I'm feeling a bit sleepy, Brother Imo. Are you tired? Her eyes were sparkling with a soft glint of water, making Imo Chishin's heart skip a beat. I'm all right. Imo Chishin's voice was low. You go ahead and sleep. Inai Yang crawled under the blanket. He'll take a nap then. Before long, even breaths could be heard from under the blanket. When Inai Yang fell asleep, she also pulled her head under the blanket. Imo Chishin had once read a psychology book. The book stated that those who like to sleep this way often lacked a sense of security. Imo Chishin pulled back the blanket and walked over to Inai Yang. He gently pulled back her blanket, revealing a face with exquisite features. Pretty girls, even their sleeping expressions, are beautiful. Immerse gazed at her attentively, reached out, and touched the thick eyelashes that looked like a fan. Yang, can I give you a sense of security from now on? And Yang, who was in deep sleep, seemed to sense something and rubbed her eyes. Immerse was startled and quickly jumped back onto the upper bunk. Seeing that Yang didn't make any further movement, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He truly liked her a lot. Just being with her, even if they did nothing, made his heart sweet as honey. Yang slept until a little past 5 in the evening. When she woke up, Immerse had bought some box meals back. Yang, now that you're awake, we can have dinner. MHM. Yang nodded. I'll go wash my face first. It was nearing evening, and the lights in the train's aisles were dim. When Yang arrived at the lavatory, she bumped into a little girl. The girl's father, who was following behind, immediately apologized. I'm sorry, comrade. Mimi, quickly apologize to your sister. Chapter 310. Righteous Yang. Mystery Boss Confession _ won the little girl, wearing a white shirt and denim overalls, with red little leather shoes and 2 small braids, was quite eye-catching. Her large, watery eyes were absolutely beautiful. Upon hearing this, she immediately bent over to apologize. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to. And Yang bent down to pat the little girl's head, laughing as she said, It's all right. The father and daughter left the aisle, and Yang turned into the restroom. The little girl whispered softly, Dad, that lady just now was so pretty, even prettier than Mom. Shush. The man made a quiet gesture. Mimi, lower your voice. Be careful not to let your mother hear. The little girl quickly covered her mouth in response. The father and daughter moved towards the sleeping car. As they passed a tall, slender woman, her originally tired expression instantly brightened up. Adorable. This little girl was just so adorable. Not just adorable, but pretty as well. The tall, slender woman reconsidered her path and headed into the compartment. Inside the compartment, various voices of snoring could be heard. The tall, thin woman slapped the sleeping man beside her. Wake up already, there's business to be had. At her words, the man immediately woke up. Where? How old? The tall, thin woman lowered her voice. She seems to be around 4 or 5 years old. We should keep a close eye. There were 3 types of box meals on the train. One was 3 cents per serving. Another was 8 cents. The last one was 2 yuan. The one that Immerse bought was 2 yuan, containing fried eggs, braised pork, and braised fish cubes. Even though the meal was rich, perhaps because it was cooked in a large pot, the taste was not very good. Immerse could not eat more than a few bites, but Yang on the opposite side was eating very seriously. Every single bite, not a grain of rice was left. Yang had walked out of hard times. She knew the difficulty of obtaining food, so she held a sublime respect for the food. No matter when, she would not waste it. This feeling might only be understood by those who have experienced hunger. Seeing her like this, Immerse felt a twinge of guilt. He picked up his chopsticks again, finishing the rest of his box meal. After undergoing nearly 40 hours on the train, they finally arrived in Guangguan on the noontime of the 3rd day. Guangguan is a coastal city near Hong Kong in our country. Compared to the often bustling mainland, Guangguan had many skyscrapers, fashionable young people, and some even using pagers. At the same time, the temperature in Guangguan was much higher than in Beijing. The current temperature in Beijing was 10 to 12 degrees Celsius, needing a cotton padded jacket and a coat. But on the streets of Guangguan, people were in short sleeves and jeans, wearing sunglasses as if it were still summer. At this time, the jeans trend had just come over from abroad, so every young person on the street was wearing jeans. And Yang knew that the temperature in Guangguan was much higher than in Beijing. So when she got off the train, she was particularly wearing just a thin knit sweater. But unexpectedly, it still felt scorching. Yang. Immerse looked at Yang. Shall we look for a clothing store first? Yang nodded, sure. The two entered a clothing store they found. Yang didn't bother to choose. She randomly grabbed a set of clothes and headed to the changing room. However, when she came out of the changing room, Immerse was dazzled. At this moment, Immerse suddenly remembered a phrase. When a person is good-looking, they'll look good in anything, even a rag. A simple light pink top and a pair of black baggy pants brought out a unique charm on her. The shopkeeper immediately went to meet her. "Miss, you look absolutely stunning in this outfit." Usually, shopkeepers say things that are half-truths, but today, she had not uttered a single false word. Throughout her time selling clothes, she had never seen such a beautiful girl. And Aiyong smiled slightly. "Thank you, how much is this set?" 28 yuan. And Aiyong took out the money and handed it to the shopkeeper. There were many factories in Guangguan. Among them, plenty produced non-woven fabrics. However, due to the large area of Guangguan, finding manufacturers that produced non-woven fabrics was a bit challenging. Although Aiyong had memories from her previous life, those memories were of her future experiences, and it was the 1980s now after all. Immerse took out 2 pieces of paper. "Yang, these 2 factories can produce non-woven fabric. Which one do you want to visit first?" And Aiyong took the paper. "Let's go to the nearest one first then." "Sure." Immerse nodded. Chapter 311. Yang Yang's Heroic Act. Confession from Mysterious Boss _2. The two arrived at the factory, where they were greeted by a very enthusiastic middle-aged uncle. "The minimum order from our factory is 300 yuan. Then there's the separate cost of the train transport." At this time, parcels could be sent via post, but it was slow, typically taking about a month. Therefore, anyone with urgent items usually relied on the train or freight trucks for transportation. The price wasn't expensive, and Aiyong took a facial mask cut from a sheet of white paper out of her bag and asked, "Can you make a non-woven fabric in this shape?" The middle-aged uncle took the paper curiously. "What is this thing?" "Comrade, what is this used for?" And Aiyong smiled lightly. "It's for your face." "For your face?" The middle-aged uncle looked enlightened. "Oh, I see. These are the eyes, this is the nose, and this is the mouth, right?" "Yes." And Aiyong nodded slightly. The middle-aged uncle was a very curious person. He put the paper on his face. "Comrade, what effect does this have when it's placed on the face?" Just as Aiyong was about to answer, a person entered the room, and upon seeing the middle-aged uncle looking that way, let out a frightful yell. "Ah, a ghost!" Guangguan people were rather superstitious. As soon as the middle-aged uncle heard the word ghost, his reaction was immediate. "Ah, where's the ghost?" Upon hearing his reaction, the person breathed a sigh of relief. "Li Ku, it's you. What are you doing with this on your face? You scare me." The middle-aged uncle turned to look at Aiyong. "Comrade, you haven't told me yet. What's the use of this on the face?" Not only was the middle-aged uncle curious, Immerse was also curious. And Aiyong didn't hide anything. She laughed and explained, "I plan to use it to make a skincare product, which after being manufactured, could be adhered to the face for skin maintenance." The concept of a facial mask only reached China in the 1990s, so it was normal for people to not know about it. The middle-aged uncle laughed. "Interesting, this is the first time I've seen such a skincare product." "Oh, Xiaochen, you came just in time. You work in the technical department. Can you check if our non-woven fabric can be made in this shape?" Xiaochen took the paper was in the shape of the mask and frowned slightly. "We may not be able to make this." The middle-aged uncle looked regretfully at Aiyong. "Comrade, why don't you check another factory?" And Aiyong nodded. "I've troubled you." Watching Aiyong and Immerse disappear through the door, the middle-aged uncle turned to Xiaochen. "With your technical department skills, you all can't make something as simple as this shape?" Xiaochen replied, "It's not that we can't make it, it's just slightly more complex in terms of the process. We need to recast to make a new model. If there's a big order, it's okay, but for small orders, we can hardly make any money because we can only break even. Factories prioritize profits. No one would generate power out of love for no reason." And Aiyong only ordered a few hundreds worth, which was not even enough for the recasting cost. The middle-aged uncle nodded. As Aiyong and Immerse walked out the door, they brushed past a man with a look of urgency on his face. He seemed a little familiar, but by the time Aiyong looked back, the man had already disappeared around the corner. The two visited 3 factories in one afternoon, and all 3 factories said they couldn't do it. And Yang's brow furrowed slightly. This result was too different for what she had imagined. Imo-chishin comforted her. Yang, don't worry. Guangguan has many factories, and it's the birthplace of skincare products. We are sure to find a factory that can make facial masks. And Yang nodded. It's getting late. Shall we go eat something? Sure, Imo-chishin said. I know there's a street with lots of food nearby. Shall we eat there? Okay. The food street was located in the center of Guangguan. Plastic cloth covered the large sheds overhead, illuminated by hanging lights. Many street food stalls had long lines. Noodles, 50 cents a bowl. Dumplings, 30 cents for a large bowl. Seafood fried noodles, teppanyaki squid. Pot stickers, the cries of the vendors and the alluring scent of food filled their ears and noses. And Yang looked at this dish, then at that one, unsure of what to eat. Imo-chishin suggested, Guangguan is a coastal city, and seafood is their specialty product. Why don't we eat seafood? Chapter 312. Righteous Yang, Mystery Boss Confession _3. In fact, Imo-chishin wanted to take Yang to a fancy restaurant, but he was afraid that she would feel distance because of it. He wanted to get closer to Yang. As it turned out, compared to fancy restaurants, Yang preferred this place. Great, I want teppanyaki squid. Teppanyaki squid is a common street snack in later times. Yang didn't expect that it was already available here in Guangguan during the 1980s. The two of them sat at a seafood stall, and besides teppanyaki squid, they ordered other seafood dishes. It was essential to accompany seafood with beer. At this time, Yanjing beer was the most popular. Actually, beer was already available as early as 1914. By the 1980s, it was everywhere, not just in thriving cities like Guangguan, but also in rural areas. And Yang turned to look at Imo-chishin. Brother Imo, do you want some beer? Imo-chishin raised his eyebrows in surprise. You drink? He had assumed that a beautiful girl like Yang would abstain from alcohol. And Yang smiled. What? Do I look like someone who doesn't drink? Not only did she drink, but she could also hold her liquor very well. No one achieves success easily. In her previous life, Yang, as NIS director, honed her drinking skills through banquets and social events, once setting a record of downing 2 pounds of liquor at once. However, that was in her past life. In this life, for her health, Yang hadn't touched alcohol since she was reborn. Imo-chishin spoke with a smile. Shall we get 2 bottles then? Soon, the boss brought over 2 bottles of beer. Just as Imo-chishin was about to open the beer, he realized he didn't see any opener. Boss, could I get a bottle opener, please? Before he could finish speaking, a hissing sound of open beer came from across him, followed by Yang spitting out the beer cap from her mouth. In that instant, Imo-chishin saw his future standing in the household. Good heavens, that was a bit too bold. This slightly audacious action, when done by Yang, had an inexplicable charm about it. From biting the bottle cap to spitting it out, everything was done swiftly and fluidly. Imo-chishin had seen countless refined ladies from prestigious families, but he had never seen a girl as casual as Yang. She was clear-headed and genuine in her way of living. It seemed like nothing could hold her down. She was like a mysterious and tranquil orchid blooming in a valley. Brother Imo, here. Yang handed Imo-chishin the beer she had just opened. At this moment, the boss brought the bottle opener, and upon seeing the scene, he joked, "This young girl is really something." And Yang modestly responded, "It's nothing much." Both of them were drinking beer and eating seafood, and in a while they had almost finished their meal. And Yang had her arms crossed and was leaning against the back of the chair. She didn't feel like moving at all. It had been such a tiring day. Just then, she felt something lightly poke into the middle of her hand. And Yang looked back and saw what seemed like a family of 3 sitting at the next table. The man was big and tall, the woman was skinny and dark, and both of them dressed humbly. The 3 of them had only 1 dish and a soup on their table, and the man and woman were speaking in a dialect others couldn't understand. The little girl was wearing a semi-worn blue ant-colored coat, and a pair of ragged pants. Even though she had a dirty little face, her features were beautiful, with a pair of big teary eyes that looked familiar. The little girl was sitting to En-I Yang's right, so it must have been her who teased En-I Yang earlier. En-I Yang nonchalantly steadied her vision again and pulled out the paper from her hand. Upon seeing it, she realized it was a small note. The note barely had anything written on it. All it had were 3 Arabic numbers, 995. En-I Yang furrowed her brows slightly. Given the way 995 sounds, it might signify, "Help me." Was the little girl asking for help? At this moment, En-I Yang suddenly recalled that the little girl was none other than Mimi, the one she had accidentally bumped into on the train earlier. Even though her clothing differed, En-I Yang hadn't forgotten her unique pair of eyes. Could Mimi have encountered human traffickers? Actually, human trafficking wasn't uncommon in the 1980s. The traffickers would lure women, kidnap children, sell them off, or even mutilate them to force them into begging. With no surveillance at that time, and people being less security conscious, the victims targeted by the traffickers were easy to nab. Chapter 313, Righteous Yang Yang, Mystery Boss Confession _4. She could not help but recall her own past lives experiences. If she were caught by human traffickers again, what awaited her would be similar to the torment of marrying a eunuch in her previous life, or even worse. This thought made En-I Yang's heart tighten brutally. Brother M.O. En-I Yang looked up at M.O. Chishan. M.O. Chishan looked up puzzlingly. Luckily, En-I Yang always carried a pen with her. She wrote a sentence on a slip of paper and handed it to M.O. Chishan. M.O. Chishan read the note, his gaze flickering. He held En-I Yang's hand to signal her not to act rashly. Human traffickers usually worked in groups and had an organized hierarchy. They couldn't simply be 1 or 2 people acting alone. There might even be their accomplices nearby. If they acted rashly, it could backfire. At this moment, the couple sitting behind them had finished paying their bill and were about to leave with the little girl. En-I Yang suddenly stood up, took the little girl's hand, and exclaimed in surprise, "Mimi, isn't this Mimi?" The sequence of events happened too fast, leaving the little girl bewildered. En-I Yang continued, "This silly girl, I'm your aunt. Don't you recognize your aunt and your uncle? Who are these 2? Are they the nannies hired by your mother and father?" The tall and skinny woman yanked the girl back and retorted angrily, "Who are you? Have you mistaken us for someone else? Who's this Mimi you're talking about? This is my daughter, yeah? When did my niece become your daughter?" En-I Yang's face changed. She scooped up the little girl and retorted, "Are you a human trafficker?" The little girl clung tightly to En-I Yang's neck, fearing she would be snatched away by the tall and lean woman any moment. The commotion attracted some attention. The diners put down their chopsticks and crowded around. The skinny woman shrieked hysterically, "This is my daughter Yaya. From a young age, she has been mute and even has some IQ issues. You claim to be her aunt, so let her call you aunt and we'll see. Thief playing a cop. I say you're the real human trafficker. Somebody help. She's trying to kidnap my daughter." Every human trafficker retains a poker face and excels in bluffing. As long as they can convince the crowd, things will work out for them. After all, the child isn't able to speak, and the person abducting her from them is En-I Yang. The one holding disparities will forever hold the advantage. That child really can't speak. Tisk, TSK, such a beautiful girl, turns out to be a human trafficker. That's terrible. She even dares to kidnap children in broad daylight. Seeing the crowd being swayed, a burly man rolled up his sleeves. Brandishing a kitchen knife, he rushed forward aggressively. "Damn human traffickers. How dare you try to kidnap my daughter? Watch as I chop you into pieces." M.O. Chishan shielded En-I Yang. With one hand, he grabbed the burly man's arm. Simultaneously, he kicked the burly man's knee. The severe pain forced the man to kneel on the ground. This is outrageous. How dare these human traffickers assault people in public? Is there no law and order left? Onlookers were extremely angry. M.O. Chishan held the burly man's arm and looked at the crowd. "These 2 are the real human traffickers. If you don't believe me, we can call the police. My wife and I will stay here until they arrive. I trust the police will give us justice. Real human traffickers would never suggest calling the police. A considerate bystander promptly rushed to report the incident. I'm going to the police station now. Keep an eye on these two traffickers. Young man, you can take my bike. Seeing the situation turn against them, the tall and thin woman tried to sneak away. However, as she turned to leave, a hand detained her. A gentle voice came from above her. Feeling guilty? Yang was beautiful, especially her delicate peach blossom eyes. On any normal day, the tall, thin woman would surely be captivated by Yang's allure. Such a catch was not easy to come by. But today, all she felt was endless fear. The police arrived promptly, and, as victims and suspects, the group was taken to the police station. The little girl clung to Yang's neck unwillingly to let go. After a doctor's diagnosis, it was found that the human traffickers had administered a large amount of forbidden drugs to the girl, causing her to lose her speech. Chapter 314, Righteous Yang, Mystery Boss Confession _5. Besides that, the little girl had many fresh bruises on her body. The female doctor who was in charge of examining the little girl couldn't help but tear up. This is so horrible. These human traffickers are so dreadful. Little girl, does it hurt? The little girl bravely shook her head. Upon interrogation, the two human traffickers quickly confessed to their crimes. The little girl's parents also rushed over upon hearing the news. Mimi, are you all right? The couple bumbled into the room, utterly disheveled. Only those who have almost lost their child could truly understand the pain they felt. The little girl shook her head, her eyes brimming with sudden tears. Why did you take so long to come? Weren't you supposed to pick me up immediately? She had been too frightened earlier and had been forcing herself not to cry. Seeing her parents now was the only time she felt safe enough to let go of her control. The young woman took the little girl in her arms. I'm sorry, Mimi. Mommy and Daddy are so sorry. The police officer at the scene said, as parents, you have to be more careful next time, especially in crowded places like railway stations. You should always keep your child within arm's reach. Now you must sincerely thank these two people. If it wasn't for their courageous actions, you probably wouldn't be able to see your child now. Thank you both. The couple exchanged a glance and immediately knelt down in front of Yang and Chishin with their child. Thank you. Yang and Chishin quickly helped the couple up. You don't need to do this. It was Mimi who was quick on her feet and clever enough to give us a note for help. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have realized something was wrong. Just then, the young man suddenly said, Aren't you the young man we met on the train? Yang nodded. Yes, it's me. Thank you so much for your help. The young man continued, My name is Han Shulin. This is my wife Lin Xiaoxue. And this is our daughter Han Mimi. The five of them left the police station, chatting among themselves. Lin Xiaoxue said, Young man, judging from your accents, I'm guessing you're not from Guangguan, right? Yang nodded. We came from Beijing. Lin Xiaoxue continued. You came all the way from Beijing. Are you planning to stay and develop here? Or are you just visiting? Yang said, We came here for some business. Lin Xiaoxue, being a warm-hearted person, and considering that Yang and Chishin had saved her daughter's life, immediately said, Business. Have you successfully handled your affairs? If you don't mind, you can tell us about it. Maybe we can help a little. Han Shulin echoed. That's right. You're newcomers to Guangguan, and we've been living here for decades. We know many people and can certainly handle matters more conveniently than you. No matter what it is, locals can always manage it more conveniently than outsiders. Yang, therefore, didn't hide anything and briefly explained the situation to the couple. After listening to it, Han Shulin smiled and said, Rest assured, this little matter, I've got it covered. Yang looked at Han Shulin in surprise. Lin Xiaoxue explained, My husband is the manager of the non-woven fabric factory on Liufu Road. As a non-woven fabric factory manager, this matter would indeed be trivial for him. This was indeed a case of good actions are rewarded. So, the next day, Yang and Chishin met again with a middle-aged man, surnamed Li. This time when they met, the middle-aged man was even more enthusiastic than before. "Come in and have a seat. If you had told me earlier that you knew Manager Han, none of this would have happened." And Yang smiled lightly and sat down with Immerse. And Yang knew very well that the reason no factory was willing to take on the job before was because the quantity of face masks she ordered was small. The cost of the non-woven fabric was low, and only a small amount was needed for each face mask. A few hundred yuan would be enough to make several thousand masks. With a small quantity, the profit was small. But the time spent on the initial setup was significant, which was why no factory was willing to accept the order. But Yang was confident that neither the factory nor Han Shulin would regret taking this order. Because once the face mask gained popularity, the sales would not be as simple as just a few thousand. After a successful contract signing, Yang and Immerse bought tickets for the 7 p.m. train that evening. Chapter 315, Righteous Yang, Mystery Boss Confession _6. With half a day left, Yang wanted to stroll around the streets and pick up some local specialties to take back home. Water chestnut cake and pineapple cake were specialties of Guangguan. There were also many fruits not available in Beijing, such as durian, dragon fruit, and wax apples. Yang bought a bit of each, as well as a giant durian. Durian was known to have a really strong smell, but the taste was genuinely good. Seeing Yang buying so much, Immerse also bought a lot of things. That night, Han Shulin and Lin Xiaoxue, holding their daughter Mimi, came to the train station to see them off. Yang and Immerse waved goodbye to the family of three. "Brother Han, sister-in-law Han, you must come to Beijing to play when you get the chance." "Sure. We will certainly disturb you when we do." "Goodbye, Sister Yang. Goodbye, Mimi." By the time they returned to Beijing, it was a little after 8 at night. The temperature in Beijing was more than 20 degrees lower than Guangguan. As soon as they got off the train, Yang wrapped herself tightly in her down jacket. Though they were walking side by side on the street, not talking, the atmosphere was not awkward at all. The night always seemed to make people more impulsive. Immerse found his heart fluttering like a scared deer as he looked at Yang's profile. They seemed to have grown closer during this Guangguan trip, but also not at all. He felt he couldn't wait any longer. If he continued to wait, what if someone else beat him to it? Engrossed in his thoughts, Immerse didn't notice the stone on the road and stumbled, almost falling over. "Be careful, Brother Imo." Yang quickly reached out to steady him. "Thank you, Yang." The dim light of night hid Immerse's blush. They slowly walked and quickly arrived at the noodle restaurant. Yang opened the door and wheeled her bicycle out. "Yang," Immerse softly called out, his voice resonating clearly in the quiet night. Yang looked up, her bright eyes sparkling in the dark. Yang, Immerse's palm started to sweat. The usually articulate Immerse suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "What is it?" Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Immerse found that he wasn't just at a loss for words. He was also stuttering. "Brother Imo, don't be nervous. I want bite. What are you afraid of?" Yang chuckled, her dimples showing, as she slowly approached Immerse. Immerse stepped backward, tension mounting, until he was pressed against a sturdy wall. This situation was a common scene in the arrogant CEO's TV dramas. Yang didn't expect it to happen to her that day. And it was her who had cornered Immerse. Wasn't Immerse's reaction too cute? Looking at his reaction, he wasn't like a 28-year-old man at all, but rather like an 18-year-old naive boy. Did she just get herself a treasure? Yang. Immerse suddenly found it hard to meet Yang's gaze. He was so nervous. What should he do? What if he couldn't breathe? At this moment, Immerse's usual calm, self-composed demeanor seemed to have completely vanished. Yang looked at him with a smile. "Brother Imo, if you have something to say, just say it. Hesitating is not a man's style." Right? He was a man. Immerse gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and stood his ground. It was time to be brave and take a leap. Yang, he said, his voice lowering. Like you, at that moment, even Yang could hear her own heartbeat. She couldn't resist teasing him. Brother Imo, I didn't hear what you said. Imo-chishin was so nervous he didn't dare say it a second time. And Yang frowned slightly. Brother Imo, did you just say you hate me? No. Imo-chishin turned white with anxiety. Yang, you heard wrong. How could I hate you? Then what did you say just now? He had already said it once, so why couldn't he say it again? Worst comes to worst, he could take another hit. Imo-chishin took a deep breath and loudly said, Yang, I like you. I want you to be my girlfriend. After saying this, Imo-chishin watched Yang intently. He had never been so nervous in his life. His heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. If cold stones could be warmed, what about human hearts? Moreover, Yang's heart wasn't made of stone. She was very sure that she also liked Imo-chishin. Perhaps she had fallen for him at first sight when they met by the river. Perhaps she was moved by Imo-chishin's continuous companionship over time. Plus, Imo-chishin was so handsome. If they did become a couple, she definitely wouldn't lose out. Brother Imo, Yang looked up at Imo-chishin. I think I kind of like you too. For a moment, Imo-chishin thought he was hallucinating, but then he picked Yang up and began turning in circles joyously. If he had wings, he felt he would fly all the way up to the clouds. Sweetheart, I really like you. Yang responded flatly. Put me down. I just said I kind of like you. How did I become your sweetheart all of a sudden? This man was really quite shameless. Imo-chishin held Yang tightly and wouldn't let go. The great literature master from Why Country, Shakespeare, once said, dating without the intention of marriage is fooling around. So, if you're not my sweetheart, whose sweetheart could you be? Are you trying to fool around with me? Yang patted his face with her hand. Could you get a hold of yourself, please? I just said I like you, not that I want to be in a relationship with you. Right now, you're still being audited. Whether you could pass depends on your performance. Imo-chishin shamelessly remarked, Sweetheart, your hand smells so good. And Yang, she had to stop. He was simply not getting it. Imo-chishin tightened his hold, then asked, Sweetheart, so what do I need to do to pass? Depends on your performance. Imo-chishin immediately responded, Sweetheart, don't worry, I'll surely perform very well. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. If you say go east, I'll never go west. I'll go wherever you point. Nothing will stop me, not even climbing a mountain of knives or plunging into a sea of flames. Then put me down first. Imo-chishin hesitated a bit, but then finally let go. And Yang teasingly raised her eyebrows. Brother Imo, this isn't your first time dating, is it? Imo-chishin nodded. It's the first and also the last. Sweetheart, from now on, all my first times will be yours. The first time he fell in love at first sight. The first time he liked someone. The first time he was so desperate to marry someone and cherish her as his treasure for the rest of his life. Before meeting Yang, Imo-chishin didn't even know what it meant to like someone. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.